just want to address you quickly on an aspect we discussed at Chambers yesterday, the question of witnesses that we're going to call. I had said to your Lordship that I'm going to mull over an idea of calling one of the respondents as a witness. I've taken a decision in that respect, and I will be calling Mr. Julius Malema as a lay witness. Our position is this, that the case is not so much about factual disputes, though they are to a limited extent. It's really a question of, objectively speaking, does a song amount to hate speech? It's for that reason that we've been circumspect in terms of calling witnesses. For that reason, I will not call the second or the third respondent, which is Mr. Ndlozi. Well, other than the fact that he might be tempted to lead us in song before he gives his evidence, the real reason is that there's really no essence in calling him because there's no factual dispute to really speak of. And just dealing with the question of the practicalities, Your Lordship, my client is traveling to Cape Town tomorrow for the SONA address. He will be back on Friday. So conceivably, he can be available as of Monday. Now, the difficulty is that we would want to call him before our expert witness. There are practical and jurisprudential reasons for doing that, calling a lay witness before you call an expert. For that reason, we're going to move the evidence of our expert witness, Professor Elizabeth Ghana, to the day after Mr. Malema. In any event, it so happens that we conclude with the complainant's case.
must be present is whether it amounts to the propagation of hatred on listed ground. And so the evidence that will be led by the complainant will focus on those features. And the other element that is focused on by the court in Polani and in much of the jurisprudence around hate speech relates to the power of the speaker. And so having a sense of the political context makes a difference. In other words, who speaks makes a difference as to the nature of the speech.
And the factual witness is coming to share with the court the personal experience.
Yes, my lord. In the Kwalani initial case, the High Court case, which your brother Mashidi presided, one of the witnesses in that matter was called to respond to Mr. Kwalani's article that bearing the title "Call Me Names But Gay Is Not Okay," and she spoke about her own experiences of corrective rape. And so that kind of evidence has been led in these matters before, and that played a role in the Supreme Court of Appeal and the Constitutional Court, referring back to that evidence in terms of gauging the harm of that sort of speech. My lord, then I'd like to proceed to continue the examination in chief of Mr. Roets.
Where is your witness? Your witness, Ms. Roets, can you come forward? Roets. Good morning. Just to remind you that we're going to proceed with the evidence in chief. You still are under oath. Thank you.
Mr. Roets, if we can pick up where we left off. At the end of yesterday's testimony, you were talking about the notion that there is a brutal farmer or land thief stereotype. If I could ask you to turn to page 154 of your book. You reference an example in February 2013 of then Minister for Children, Women and People with Disabilities, Lulu Zingwana. Could you tell us about that case?
So just give me the page number again.
Page 154 of the book.
Yes, I remember that quite vividly. It was a comment made by the said minister when speaking on an Australian TV network, Australian Broadcasting Corporation, ABC. And she was commenting on the case of Oscar Pistorius, which of course at the time was this very well-known case, as we know. And she said that the problem in South Africa, I can read the passage here, that young Afrikaner men in South Africa are raised to believe that they own everything, but particularly women and children, and therefore they believe that they can murder them when they please. And then there's a quote, these were her exact words. She said, young Afrikaner men are brought up in the Calvinist religion, believing they own a woman, they own a child, they own everything, and therefore they can take that life because they own it. Page 154, the quote I just read is on the top of page 155. And obviously there are source references. Well, there are, the effects are multiple. In the one sense, I personally remember seeing that television interview, and I remember being really upset about that because it's not only a comment about a particular cultural community or ethnic group, you could say. It's also a comment about religion, so on the one hand, it has a particular effect on the group, the targeted group, on their, it has a psychological impact on the group being targeted. But then the other side is even more alarming, and that's the impact it has in terms of stereotyping that group in the public at large, and entrenching negative perceptions and negative stereotypes. And again, going back to the point I made yesterday, strengthening this narrative that if you harm a member of this group, it's not as condemnable as if you harm a member of another group. So it's part of a bigger process. That's at least how we perceive this. A bigger process of negative stereotyping, of marginalization, of scapegoating, and so forth.
Section that encourages violence. Of President Zuma singing a song. Can you elaborate on this?
So this was at the ANC centenary. There's video footage of this as well. I believe it's still on YouTube. And it was during one of the speeches made by the former president. I believe it was after the speech when he started singing what appears to be a struggle song. It was in Mangaung, the Mangaung conference, and I remember they were on the video. You can see members of what seems to be Mkontulisizwe in military uniform dancing, in front, and then the president sang this song, and the lyrics are, "We are going to shoot them with the machine gun. They are going to run. They are going to run. Shoot the Boer. We are going to hit them, and they are going to run, and they are going to run. We are going to shoot them with the machine gun. They are going to run. They are going to run. Shoot the Boer. We are going to hit them, and they are going to run, and they are going to run. The cabinet is going to shoot them with the machine gun. The cabinet is going to shoot them with the machine gun." It's particularly alarming, and it strengthens a sense of marginalization, a sense of alienation, a sense of being second-class citizens, of being part of a group that have less rights, not necessarily in theory but in practice. And I think I quote somewhere in the book also, former President Jacob Zuma saying that that's how democracy works. I think his exact words were, "We are the majority, that means we have more rights. You are the minority, that means you have fewer rights." And then he said, "Absolutely, that's how democracy works." So, and if we have a situation where a president of a country can go on a public platform and sing about how a particular minority community has to be mowed down or shot or fired at with a machine gun, and there wasn't really even a big uproar, because that's the thing. There wasn't an uproar about this. I think few people even know that this happened, because it's become a normal part of South African society. It has become normalized to sing these type of songs, to make these type of comments. And the fact that it has become normalized isn't mitigating, it worsens the situation. If this is something that happens in isolation, that's one thing. But if it's a normalized part of our society, it's much worse.
You say that it's much worse. Can you explain what the accumulation of sorts of speech acts do to
Look, I'm not saying that the situation we are in South Africa is the same as the situation we had in Rwanda, for example. But Rwanda is a very good case study of how things can become very bad very quickly. And Rwanda is a good example of where this type of stereotyping became normalized. If it was only one isolated incident where the Tutsis were called cockroaches, for example, it would not have had that big of an impact. But it became normalized in the sense that it was broadcast on RTLM, the radio network. People spoke about it, politicians spoke about it, and it became normalized to the extent where people started talking like that in social gatherings. They would go to a tavern and then they would talk about how the Tutsis are cockroaches and they have to be exterminated. And that's the concern, is if this type of rhetoric becomes normalized, where people start in their social life, at social gatherings, in a tavern or a shebeen or wherever, if people start, talking about how the Boers have to be killed and how this is the necessary step for us to move forward as a country, to say that this puts us on a slippery slope is an understatement. It's very, very alarming, and it's something that the fact that it has become normalized, or the extent to which it has become normalized, does not mean that we should be less concerned about what is happening. It means that we should be more concerned about what is happening.
Is there a concern that it undermines the dream of a new South Africa where all are equal?
Yes, it certainly does. If we go back to things that have been said during Kudiasa, for example, before Kudiasa, after Kudiasa in the 90s, comments made by former President Nelson Mandela about working together, about unity and diversity. All of these things are increasingly under threat. The well-known comment by Martin Luther King, I believe, also captures the spirit under which the South African Constitution was written, and under which the negotiations took place, which is the comment that people should be judged based on the content of their character, not the color of their skin. And this is the opposite to what's happening now. If we look, for example, at that section you asked me to read out yesterday from James Myberg's article, it's very clear that what's happening here is people are being judged based on the color of their skin, not the content of their character.
You mentioned that statement from Martin Luther King, that we should be judged on the content of our character, not the color of our skin, played a role in our constitutional democracy. Do you think this is reflected in the founding sections of the Constitution, which state that South Africa is a nation founded on the values of non-racialism?
Yes, it says that South Africa is founded on the notions of we know the preamble to the Constitution, and Section 1, the notions of freedom, of human dignity and equality, and the notion of being united in our diversity. And we are now at a point where it seems, especially if we look at this type of rhetoric, where diversity is something that apparently has to be extinguished, as opposed to something that has to be cherished. And I think it's something that is very alarming. If you take no cognizance about the realities in South Africa with regard to these things that we are discussing, if you don't know about these things and you only read the South African Constitution, I think you would be very surprised if you were to discover the reality, what's really happening in South Africa. It is as if there's this growing gap between what the Constitution promises and what's happening on ground level in South Africa in terms of stereotyping and minorities feeling like they are treated like second-class citizens and so forth.
I'd like to refer you to another example in your book at the bottom of page 158. You refer to an incident at the Cape Peninsula University of Technology in 2010. Could you tell us about that incident?
Yes, so that was posters that were put up. I remember that. It was 2010, I think, 2010. I was at that time still involved with AfriForum Youth. So especially the focus was, universities and student affairs was part of my focus. And these posters were put up, and the text of the poster is here. It's on page 158 to 159. This was still the time of SASCO. and the ANC Youth League when Julius Malema, Mr. Malema, was the president of the Youth League. And the poster said, it was during an SRC election, as far as I recall, a student council election, and the poster said, a vote for SASCO is a vote for ANC, and a vote for ANC is a vote for Julius Malema. One Boer, one bullet. Viva Julius Malema, viva. Students, please vote for SASCO, 100% blacks only organization, strictly South Africans, Amandla.
There's something striking about the poster in three regards. Could you elaborate on how you first of all, you take the term one Boer, one bullet?
Can you just repeat that first part? You said something striking about the poster?
Yes, I think I'll try and deal with them as three separate questions.
Okay.
Could you comment on that slogan, one Boer, one bullet?
Yes, well, it's quite evident. It says one Boer, one bullet, and we know there's a discussion in the book also about the word Boer, which is, in Afrikaans, the word Boer has two meanings. It refers to the occupation of being a farmer. It's the Afrikaans word for farmer, but it's also a word referring to a particular ethnic group. It's a synonym for the word Afrikaner. You could describe it as such. And that's why sometimes people talk about, are you talking about Boer with a capital B, or in Afrikaans, Boer met 'n hoofletter B of 'n klein letter B. So if you say Boer with a capital B, it's referring to an ethnic community. While the word Boer in English usually refers to the ethnic community or cultural community. In Afrikaans, it has a double meaning. But there is this context. The word Boer has this link to being a farmer. There's a link in terms of the etymology of the word. And it says here, one Boer, one bullet. And I think it's quite evident what that means. We can have a debate or a discussion about what that could potentially mean. But just reading the words, it's quite clear. And it doesn't mean, the context is quite clear also. It doesn't mean that we have to give a bullet to a Boer, hand the bullet over. It means shooting Boers. That's what this means. And it's usually used within the context of shoot to kill and so forth. And the fact that this is linked so obviously, so blatantly to Julius Malema, and the fact that it's linked so blatantly to an organization that is aligned with Julius Malema is very alarming.
The second part of the post that I'd like you to comment on is it says SASCO is a 100% blacks only organization. Could you comment on that?
Yes, it's. I think this was within the context of. Well, no. Let me answer it like this. It's. Again, I don't know how we can have a discussion about what that could potentially mean, or philosophically what could that mean. But just reading the text, it's quite clear. If it is blacks only organization, it means there's an underlying racist motive. Now we can also ask if SASCO is really a 100% blacks only organization. I don't know. I don't think so. But the fact that they are prepared to put this on someone from SASCO apparently is prepared to put this on a marketing poster is alarming.
And the reference to strictly South Africans?
I think this to me appears to me that this is within the context of xenophobic violence, the concern about foreign nationals coming in. That would be my speculation. If they say it's strictly for South Africans, it's a way of taking a stance against other communities. But I think what's interesting here is it says strictly South Africans, but it also says blacks only. So it's as if the message is conveying that you're not really a South African if you're not black, and I think this should be seen within the context of the one Boer, one bullet as well. So we are the strictly South Africans, but one Boer, one bullet, and blacks only. So it is quite alarming.
Is the implication as well that if you are black but not a South African, that you are not welcome in that organization?
Yes, that to me is clearly the implication that if you are black, if you are not black or not South African, you are not welcome.
Do you have a sense what Mr. Malema or the EFF's current view are on non-South Africans who are black?
I do have a sense, although I'm hesitant because I haven't written about this in detail, but I do have a sense that still there's an underlying anger about, directed also towards, I just want to make sure, you're asking about not South Africans or not black?
Who are black and not South African.
Oh, yes. Okay. No, so the sense that I get is that there still is this anger directed at people who are not South Africans, but I'm also, it appears to me from what I read in the media to be conflicted, because sometimes you get that impression that this is a, South Africans only type thing, and then sometimes you would hear Julius Malema talking about uniting Africa, and he talks about the United States of Africa. So it seems to me as if, just as someone reading the news about what he says, it appears to me as if he's contradicting himself in that sense.
In terms of, you refer a bit later to some of the climates and some of the climate online. On page 160, you refer to Lindsay Marsdorp from Black First Land First, and you refer to some of his tweets. Could you give us an indication of those?
Yes, well, perhaps it's worth mentioning that the organization Black First Land First was founded, as far as my understanding goes, after some form of a public disagreement between its leader, Andile Mlitama, and Julius Malema, and that Mlitama used to be a member of parliament for the EFF, after which there was some internal issue and he was accused of having ill discipline and so forth. Interestingly, I haven't heard the comment made that Mlitama's problem within the EFF was that they disagreed ideologically, but that there were other issues. He was ill-disciplined and so forth. And so eventually he was, I don't know if he left or if he was kicked out, but then he founded this new organization called Black First Land First. And its spokesperson is a man named Lindsay Marsdorp, who has made some really, really atrocious comments. And here's a list of things Marsdorp has said. I believe all of them were from not all of them were from Twitter. If you want, I can lead. There are 6 bullets. Would you like me to read through them?
Yes.
So on 29 February 2016, he tweeted, him being Marsdorp, "We must turn our anger towards the enemy. A few of us will have to act and turn majority to see Mlitama, #BLF, #Africans speak." On 7 March 2016, he tweeted, "Let's not be lazy with #fees must fall, #end outsourcing. Decolonization is no process. It's a violent revolution, a taking back of the land." On 23 February 2016, he tweeted, "Fuck white people," in capital letters with an exclamation mark. On 11 February 2016, he tweeted, "Let's unite principled black forces of occupied Azania. We must remove the non-whites. Go on and destroy white power. Shut down Sona." On 23 March 2016, he posted a link to a News 24 article titled, "Resign for the Kids, Johan Rupert urges Zuma," on his Facebook profile, accompanied by the following comment: "We need to do it for our children. No flight and no ship. 3 feet under, a shallow grave, exclamation mark. This arrogant white fool has reaped from the blood and sweat of black lives. We must deal with him decisively." On 3 January 2017, when the Cape Town area was scorched by veld fires, he posted on his Facebook page, "Black God needs servants in Cape Town." CT, meaning Cape Town, I assume. Wind plus matches plus white-owned farms.
You then, under that reference that he'd done an interview with Carte Blanche, could you tell us what he'd stated?
Yes, I remember the story. It was a segment on the well-known current affairs program Carte Blanche, which airs on Sunday evenings, one of the most popular TV shows in South Africa. And it was about farm murders, and they asked him about some of these comments And he said, and it's quoted on page 161, "Black people are upset and angry, and rightfully so, because land has been stolen historically and it needs to be returned. And so if black people are responding to that violence with violence, then they are well in their rights to take back the land by any means necessary."
What is your response to a statement of that nature?
Well, what was particularly alarming about this is he was questioned about the above comments that I just quoted. The journalist said to him, "Well, it seems to us like you're encouraging murder and violence towards a minority community." And then he said, "Well, we have to take back the land by any means necessary." So he's not saying, no, I'm quoted out of context, or that's not really what we mean. He says, well, yes, we need to take the land by any means necessary. So he's justifying these comments about burning down farms and murdering people and dealing with them decisively and so forth by saying any means necessary. It is particularly alarming. And he knows he's being filmed, and he knows it's going to be aired on a show like Carte Blanche.
At the you make reference to a discussion in the National Assembly in March 2017. Could you state what occurred there?
Yes, this was a discussion about farm murders. So in 2017, there was a discussion in the National Assembly about what's happening on South Africa's farms. And there, certain comments were screamed from the benches in Parliament. And in this particular case, the one I'm quoting here is an ANC MP, Duduzile Promise Manana, who shouted, "Bury them alive," during a speech that was made by Dr. Pieter Groenewald from the Freedom Front Plus, in which he pleaded for farm murders to be prioritized.
Is there a concern that political parties don't take farm murders seriously?
It's a very serious concern. There are some parties, some of the smaller parties, who are very alarmed about this, who want this to be prioritized, who have spoken out about this. But I would say the main concern here is both the ruling party and the economic freedom fighters, who, when they talk about this, they usually just ignore the existence of the problem. But if they are somehow forced to talk about this, they either encourage it or they justify it by saying, well, these farmers get what's coming to them or they deserve it. Or they encourage it by saying we need to take back the lands by any means necessary. Or they make a mockery of it by making comments like what I mentioned yesterday. Julius Malema, when someone said to him, people are saying you are behind farm murders, and he said, well, maybe I am, maybe I'm not. So yes, there is this concern that the political parties do not take this seriously.
At page 162 of your book, you have a section there on police incitement. Could you describe that to us?
Yes, so what I'm referring to here is incidents of police officers who have made comments about farm murders, very alarming comments. So there are a few here. The one is, it's on page 162 of the book, as you said. The one here is Mvelele Molwane Kwapeni, who's a police officer from the Eastern Cape, who said on Facebook, and he made a post on Facebook, and he said, we must continue to kill more of their farmers, at least to make up for what they did to us. Then Chris Kumotsu from the Gauteng Youth Crime Prevention Desk of the South African Police Service said that all white men deserve to die. In future, fuck you, Mr. White Man. And then he also posted pictures of firearms and ammunition lying on a desk in a police station. And then he added, he said, I predict civil war in Mnanzi by 2019. Take out your guns, fighters, because ashiyiki, which means we won't turn back. If I can continue, there's another case that I mentioned, Constable Elvis Tabiso Sitoli. He was charged for posting the following message on Facebook. I normally suffocate a bit with a refuse bag, this kind of racists. before booking them in the holding cells, because it doesn't leave any marks. They just become red, and after doing the paperwork, I lock them up and take the docket home so that no one can release them until they meet with the honorable magistrate in the court, the next court date. He was then told, I think in the comment section, someone said to him that they're going to report him to his station commander. And he said, great news indeed. A complaint was filed with the Human Rights Commission, but the complaint did not really lead to anything.
You'd stated earlier yesterday that part of the vilification process is to target Boer heritage. Can you tell us about that?
Yes, so this started in a sense with the Rhodes Must Fall campaign, although Cecil John Rhodes can hardly be described, or a statue of Cecil John Rhodes can hardly be described as Boer heritage. But I mentioned that there's this anti-Western sentiment. Now, if you know the history of the Afrikaners and the British, you would know that the Afrikaners also, regard someone like Cecil John Rhodes as someone who did very atrocious things to the Afrikaners and so forth. He was, he was organizing the Jameson raid and so forth. But we've seen different. It started there, but then it spread out to various issues. And one strange example was that I mentioned here. Well, there are quite a few. President C.R. Swart, his statue in Bloemfontein was completely destroyed. Even the horse memorial statue in Port Elizabeth, which is just a statue of a horse commemorating the role that horses have played in history, was broken down, particularly by the EFF. The EFF claimed that the statue was, and I quote, a symbol of an economic system that has been imposed on black people by foreign settlers. There are other examples. I mentioned the one Bulla, one settler comment associated with the Rhodes Must Fall movement. Mpebu Dlamini, former president of the SRC, the Student Representative Council at the University of Witwatersrand, said on Facebook that he loved Adolf Hitler, and members of the movement were also seen on campus wearing T-shirts with the words "Kill the Whites" written on it. AfriForum has been involved with this, stakeholder meetings and conferences about, heritage. How do we protect heritage? What's particularly, I remember a colleague of mine was at this meeting when a representative of the Department of Arts and Culture asked everyone who was present at one of these meetings to stand up and applaud the leaders of the Rhodes Must Fall movement and praise them as national heroes. So this is the same movement that is associated with T-shirts that says "Kill the Whites" and so forth.
The next section that you have in the book is entitled "Murdering Farmers," and you made mention of one of those instances yesterday of Knowledge Paulus and Mdlazi. If you could talk about that, and also about Leon Kukumura.
Yeah, well, this is a very important section. Maybe if you want, I can read that page 164 and 165, if you want. And then, we can continue with the discussion on the next page if you think it's necessary. There have also been many cases where white farmers in particular were murdered, and where the attackers openly acknowledged that they had committed murder because that had been their intention. Other than that, many cases of farm attacks during which the attackers chanted political slogans or made racist or political statements towards their victims have also been reported. In April 2010, Leon Kukumura, who was 39 years old, was attacked on his farm near Cullinan in Gauteng. The attackers screamed the words, "Die white man, viva Malema," as they were attacking Kukumura. In June 2014, Knowledge Paulus Mdlazi, who was 28 years old, admitted to murdering 5 white farmers in 3 months between March and June 2014. My hate for white people made me do it, he said. He described his conduct as merely going to work, and he boasted in the courtroom about the fact that he now had 6 murders under his belt. They also had money, which he wanted, the judge said. Once again proving that a murderer can have a racist motive as well as a simultaneous motive to commit robbery, disproving the notion that a farm attacker can only have a single motivation, as was assumed by the Committee of Inquiry into Farm Attacks of 2003. This is what we discussed yesterday. On 10 May 2017, a person who goes by the name of Mdu Bantu Bemzonda Mzelemu posted the following message on Twitter. He said, "Me and my homies are planning to attack these farmers around the south coast of KZN. They are shooting everything down. We are going to shoot back since the police are friends with these farmers." That evening, KwaZulu-Natal farm owner Michael Koenig, 64 years old, was attacked by unknown suspects while he was alone. He was stabbed and his body was set alight. The house was ransacked. The police stated that they could not determine the motive for the attack and that it was not clear if anything had been taken from the house. When Mike Bonnet, 70 years old, was attacked and tortured on his Gauteng farm in April 2018, his attackers referred to him as a white shit and accused him of having stolen the land. In 2017, maybe I can continue. This is also an important section. In 2017, a copy of a conversation between a National Intelligence Agency agent, that's the NIA, and a so-called general of the notorious prison gang, the 28s, was broadcast on carte blanche. The gang leader spent more than 20 years in prison for farm murders and was released in December. On the audio clip, he makes the following statement. They also told me that I was on the inside. Let me start again. They also told me while I was on the inside that when I get out, I have to contact Julius Malema, the guy from Limpopo, from the EFF, because he was also here now in September. Julius Malema was in Pretoria in New Lock. When he got there at New Lock, he said, when you gangs want a golden team, when you want a team, come and see me in Limpopo, and I can give you a team. What I will give you is a balaclava, a gun, and cash. He says straight that he is against the farmers, Julius Malema. He says you only have to murder a few farmers on farms. And then just below that, Malema was invited to respond by carte blanche. His spokesperson, Mbuyiseni Ndlozi, only responded that he was unable to respond to these allegations due to a busy schedule. The story soon faded away, and there was no outcry in the media about this.
Are you aware of anyone else who'd made similar accusations?
Yes. I've been informed that personally as well. I was contacted, and I believe it's on the following page I discussed this, but I can tell you the story. I was once contacted by a man who called me from a prison, and he asked me to come and see him. He said to me over the phone, this was while I was writing the book, before the book was published, but I was obviously very vocal about this in the media and in charge of our campaign. He called me and he said to me over the phone that he had murdered a farmer, and he has been convicted and he is in prison, and he wants me to come and see him. He wants to talk to me. So I went there and I took a colleague of mine along, and we had a conversation with him, a very strange conversation. And we asked him, why did he do it? And he said to us that it was political. He gave me the name of the farmer. I looked up the story. He told me how he murdered this farmer, and I looked it up, and it was reported in the media and so forth. It was a farmer in the Free State. And his version, it sounds too strange to be true, but this is what he told us. He said to us that he was a member of Mkhonto Sizwe. He said to us that he was given instruction to kill this farmer by people within the ruling party. And the reason why he's telling us this story was he actually said he was given the instructions in the Thule House. That's what he said to us, in the ANC's headquarters. And then when this murder was committed, he was caught, he was arrested, and he was then abandoned by his party, who was not prepared to defend him. And so he said to us that he's a disillusioned member of this party, and he's angry at his party for having encouraged him to do this, and now once he's in trouble, they pretend like they don't know him and so forth. So that was the conversation we had. We had a second conversation with him, and I believe he's now out of prison. I believe he's not in prison anymore, because he said to me at the time that he is soon going to be released, but I haven't spoken with him since.
I could then turn to chapter 12 of your book at page 169. It's entitled "A Scourge of Racism." Could you give us an overview of that chapter?
So I figured that you can't write a current affairs book about farm murders if we don't deal with racism in South Africa as well, and the extent of racism in South Africa. So a large part of the book is about comments made about the extent of racism in South Africa, high-profile incidents of racism, of which probably the most famous one is Penny Sparrow, and there are some others, people who've lost their jobs and so forth as a result of racism. I then discuss what I call a double standard in terms of how racism is responded to. And then I also deal with the data on racism, statistics, research that has been published by various research institutions, largely based on polls conducted within the community, asking people how do they feel, have they experienced racism, how big of a problem do they think racism is, and so forth. So I try to, it's a broader discussion about racism, but I approached it in as far as it is relevant to the issue of farm murders.
At page 171 of your book, you have a quote from Farrell Haffajee, who at the time was the editor-at-large for Huffington Post South Africa. Could you read out that quote for us?
Is that the quote towards the end of the page, the second last paragraph?
Yes.
So this is in quotes. She says, "Everywhere I turn, a generation born free is talking as if it is at once obsessed by let me just read the quote again. Everywhere I turn, a generation born free is talking as if it is at once obsessed by and imprisoned by whiteness and white supremacy." She then continues, she says, "The black obsession with whiteness and white privilege is all, it seems, we ever talk about in sustained ways in our national conversations. To my ear, it sounds as if whites are spoken of as if they are a majority in power rather than a small group of varied political sentiments."
You then refer to, lower down on that page, a quote by Frans Cronje, the then Chief Operating Officer of the Institute for Race Relations. Could you state what his comment was?
That's the following paragraph. Am I correct?
Yes.
So he says, "It is truly frightening to read some of the things that are written, not by drunken louts, but by educated people, in what one might have thought were respectable publications," says Cronje. He continues, "Lectures are held at universities, the transcripts of which read like a throwback to Germany in November of 1938. When a university building is burned to the ground, Media commentators write reams about the emotional pain that must have driven the students to embark upon such an act of vandalism. This is nonsense. Arrest the vandals and tell the rest to grow up. Shall I continue? There's a following.
Yes.
He says,
quote.
where will it end if feeling unhappy is sufficient justification for arson? The entire country will be burned to the ground.
You stated that there's a double standard. Could you elaborate on that?
Yes, there are many ways of pointing to the double standard. There's one particular case. I wonder if it's written in this section. I don't see it here. It's somewhere in the book, but you can compare the public reaction to certain individuals. And what we have found in South Africa, at AfriForum in our studies, we have appointed a researcher to build a database. Some of it is discussed in this book in chapter 16, but there's also other research, further research, just about incidents of racism and how it is responded to. And firstly, there's a problem in South Africa where if there's an incident, especially some form of an incident of violence, two people, there's an incident, someone inflicted violence on someone else. If these two individuals are from different racial groups, it is almost always immediately accepted that this was an act of racism. So whenever two people are involved in a scuffle or something, and you know, it's accepted this is racism, even if there's no evidence that racism played any role. And what we have found is that the most important, and I quote this in chapter 16 of the book as well, the most significant determining factor, let me explain it this way. We chopped it up in a bunch of different variables, such as, you know, where did it happen, who was the victim, who was the perpetrator, and you know, different variables. And we determined the single most significant variable that determines how the public responds to an incident, and I could add the media in particular, responds to an incident of violence, especially in this context on farms, is not the race of the victim, it's the race of the perpetrator. So if, for example, there's an incident of black on black violence, if to use those terms, it's usually not given a lot of attention in the media, and you won't hear the EFF making speeches about a black man who murdered another black man. So it's not about the race of the victim. If it's white on white violence, you tend to read about it much more frequently in our analysis. If it's black on white violence, it gets an amount of attention. But if it's white on black violence, there's a national outcry. Not even just violence. If it's racist words, if a white person makes a video and posts it on social media where he uses the K word, which of course is a very atrocious and a disgusting word, it goes viral, and you read about it in the newspapers, and you would read about it on the front page of the newspapers. If it's the other way around, if someone makes even if it's a completely unknown person, if it's the other way around, if it's a completely unknown black person who says, you know, let's kill all the whites, it's usually not reported. It's not regarded as newsworthy. And that is something that we are concerned about. And obviously there are such examples. There are many such examples. So there's a double standard, particularly when it comes to the race of the perpetrator. And this goes back to the brutal farmer stereotype. So if the perpetrator is white, it sort of strengthens this brutal farmer stereotype. If the perpetrator is black, it doesn't strengthen the stereotype, so we don't hear about it. Or we hear significantly less about it.
What is the underlying reason why you're concerned about this double standard?
Well, the underlying reason goes back to the point I've been making about stereotyping and marginalization. Atrocious deeds need to be condemned. It needs to be pointed out. And there need to be an outcry. We need to be disgusted and alarmed when people make racist comments on social media, and we all need to play our role to combat that, to prevent that from happening. But what is alarming is if it's only racist comments in a particular direction, or perhaps not only, if it's largely or mostly racist comments in a particular direction that results in a public outcry. But when it's in the other direction, we don't see that. And there are many examples. One example I mentioned in the book is I can't remember if it was on the same day, I think it might have been on the same week. In Pretoria, there were 2 incidents. One was I'm sure many people will remember that, a girl in high school in Pretoria was told that she's not allowed to have an afro at school. She has to cut her hair. And she regarded that as racist because she was not allowed to express her culture. And there was it was a big story in the news. It was in the news for months about, this racist white, supremacy being entrenched in schools, and this girl has a different culture and she's not allowed to express herself in her culture. And there was a big outcry. But that was a school across the street from the University of Pretoria. And I believe it was in the same week. I can get you the exact dates if you want. Across the street at the University of Pretoria, a student leader, a well-known student leader, in fact, he was a member of the student council, made a post on Facebook, and he said that he wants to murder white people, and white people should be killed with a bazooka. But there was not a national outcry about this. I remember there was a story about that in Beeld, the Afrikaans newspaper. I don't remember it being reported in any of the English news outlets, and I don't remember an outcry by the EFF or the ANC or public commentators. Now you can say, I don't know if it's necessary to weigh them up and say which is worse, saying that one person saying that I want to murder people with a different skin color than I have with a bazooka, or as opposed to someone being told that she's not allowed to have an afro at school. Both of them you could say is wrong, but in the one case there was a massive outcry, and in the other case there wasn't. Another example is, there are many, many, many examples, but another example is the well-known case of Penny Sparrow, the estate agent who made some atrocious comments online, which was obviously racist, and compared black people to monkeys and so forth. And then in response to that, a government official who works for one of the Gauteng Department of Sport, I think, went on Facebook and he said that we need to do to white people what Hitler did to the Jews. Now again, you can say which is worse. I think in our zeitgeist, to go back to that word, in the zeitgeist in South Africa at the moment, being white and insulting black people is regarded as much worse than being black and encouraging the murder of white people.
My lord, I see we are approaching the tea break. This may be an appropriate time to take that adjournment.
Adjourn until 11:30. Coach will adjourn. Beleid.
Mr. Roets, if I could refer you to page 177 of your book. You'd mentioned that you had compiled data on this question about double standards of racism. Could you take us through some of that data? 177, my lord.
Yes, I quote quite a few studies, so perhaps the best is just to read it because I only quote the most important parts of it. It's about one page, and it starts at the bottom of page 177. In a 2017 survey on racism by the IRR, that's the Institute for Race Relations, members of the public were asked what they believed the country's biggest unresolved problems to be. The vast majority pointed to unemployment and crime, and only 3.2% regarded racism as such to be South Africa's biggest unresolved problem. What is even more interesting is the fact that almost 4 times as many white people, 9%, as black people, 2.4%, regarded racism as the biggest problem. If the crises of inequality and xenophobia were to be included in the definition of racism, the number of people regarding it as South Africa's biggest problems increases to a mere 6.4%. Furthermore, 71.9% of respondents indicated that they had never personally experienced racism. In response to the statement that all this talk of racism and colonialism is an excuse by politicians to divert the attention from their own failures, only 25.8% disagreed. These findings correlate with similar studies by other institutions. The so-called progressive think tank, Plus 94 Research, found that 73% of people reported not to have experienced racism. From those who claimed to have experienced racism, 80% of white people claimed to have been discriminated against by black people, as opposed to 73% of black people who stated that the discrimination they had experienced was perpetrated by white people. The Institute for Justice and Reconciliation, endorsed by the struggle icon Archbishop Emeritus Desmond Tutu, found that less than 25% of people in South Africa regarded race as the primary source of division among people in South Africa, and that 20.7% of people had experienced discrimination in the workplace. The IJR also found that white people were more frustrated than black people as a result of the lack of both political and economic power that they had. It is therefore fair to conclude that the vast majority of people in South Africa are not racist and do not harbor racist sentiments. Racism remains a problem, however, in the sense that racists have largely succeeded in hijacking the national debate and in convincing us that racism is a major crisis akin to a ticking time bomb. This, while the available data disprove this. The crisis is, however, exacerbated by the double standard in public reaction to racism, not only by state institutions, but also the way racism is reported on often in the media.
You'd made reference earlier, you quoted from one of the studies. It says, in response to the statement that all this talk of racism and colonialism is an excuse by politicians to divert the attention from their own failures. And you said that only 25.8% of people disagreed with this statement. Could you elaborate on this issue?
Yes, so the question is, if the majority of people say, the vast majority of people, more than 90%, say they don't think racism is South Africa's biggest problems, the country has bigger problems than racism. And if only around 20% of people say they have personally experienced racism, why do we talk about racism all the time? Why do we hear about racism all the time? And why do especially politicians talk about racism all the time? And then the question that was put to people, or it was a statement, and then you have to say, do you agree or do you disagree? And the statement is, all this talk about racism and colonialism is just a way for politicians to deflect the attention from their own failures. And that's the number given, only 25.8%. So you could say only one in four people who are to whom this statement was put said, no, I don't think this is accurate. So the majority of people say, well, maybe this is the answer. Maybe there's a problem in politics in South Africa. And now these politicians are using racism as sort of a scapegoat or a red herring to deflect the attention from the actual problems in this country.
What would be some of those actual problems?
Well, the actual problems would be, especially when we talk about politicians deflecting the attention, it would be the failure of political leadership. It would be things like corruption. It would be things like a mismanagement of state resources, a lack of service delivery or the failure of service delivery, the collapse of state institutions, including but not limited to parastatals, load shedding. These type of problems, the failure of the education system, I would say, is a major one. These things are serious problems in South Africa. Politicians not being able to deliver on their promises, making big promises in election time, and creating a particular expectation, and then there's this failure to deliver on the expectation that was created, and people become angry because their expectation is not met, but they have these rising expectations, and now you as a politician, as the person or the party who make these promises, need to respond to this frustration in some way. And it seems as if what's happening is that this frustration is then channeled in a different direction by saying, you know what, the actual problem is those evil white people over there. It's not the failure of the state. And more particularly, is those evil farmers who are the real problem.
To provide service delivery is elevated above the issue of racism, and I'm not sure whether you're saying by the politician or it's just generally elevated.
No, my lord, what I'm saying, I forgot to mention crime, which is probably the biggest one. What I'm saying is these are very serious problems, corruption, crime, the failure of state institutions, and politicians have to be accountable for these problems. And these problems are largely caused by lack of political leadership. And what seems to be happening, and this is what people in South Africa seem to believe, is that politicians then deflect the attention from these failures by placing the emphasis on racism and talking about racism and the scourge of racism when there's something much bigger that needs to be addressed currently, which is the crime problem, the corruption problem, and so forth.
I'd now like you to turn to page 181 of your book. That is chapter 13, entitled Land and Labor. If you could give us a brief summary of that chapter.
So again, this chapter is similar to the previous chapter, where I figured that you can't really write a book, a current affairs book about the phenomenon of farm attacks, if you don't talk about the land issue and you don't talk about labor, the labor issue. And this goes back to an extent to the brutal farmer stereotype. So this chapter focuses on the issue of land ownership within the context of farm murders. And what I discuss there is the question about what we often hear, the hunger for land. How much truth is there in the claim that there's this large-scale hunger for land? And what does it mean? I talk about the failure of land reform, and then I talk about the exploitation of farm workers. To what extent can we conclude that farmers exploit their workers? To what extent can we make a sweeping statement like that?
At the bottom of page 181, maybe I should start earlier. If you could start by referring to a statement made by Deputy President David Mabuza. It says in April 2018.
Yes. So, in April 2018, Deputy President David Mabuza made it clear that the ANC regarded land reform as a racial matter when he threatened that there would be a violent takeover, those were his words, if white farmers did not agree to volunteer some of their land. Mabuza quoted fabricated statistics that 80% of the land was in the hands of a few people and stated, "The land will come back, do not despair." Shall I continue? There are, however, three major problems with the ANC's stance on land reform. The first is that it is based on a flawed perception of history. The second is that there is no real hunger for land. In fact, the vast majority of black people in South Africa have no interest in owning agricultural land. I add some context to that statement later in this chapter. The third is that where government has intervened with regard to land ownership, it has had catastrophic results.
There's no hunger for land. Could you elaborate on that?
Yes, it's a statement that could be taken out of context, so it's important to qualify what I mean by that. We often hear the statement that we need expropriation without compensation, or radical land reform, or we need to speed up the transformation process when it comes to land ownership, because there's this large-scale hunger for land. And if we don't do this, then there's going to be some form of an outbreak. And that's not entirely true. There is a hunger for land in the sense that there's a hunger, and this is based on research as well, a hunger among people, and I would venture to say, especially black people, to own property, to own their own piece of land. But that does not mean that there's this large-scale hunger for people to become farmers or to own land in rural areas that are far away from the city. Because all the available evidence in this regard indicates that people want property in cities. People want to live in cities. They want to own the property in which they live or on which they live in cities. So to say that the solution is to take the farms and redistribute the farms is going to solve a perceived problem that is not the actual problem. The actual problem is a lack of property, a lack of access to the market, and so forth. It's not that people, it's not, the numbers indicate, and we can go into that people on a large scale want to become farmers or want to own land in rural areas in South Africa.
Through some of that supporting data.
Yes. I just want to get the correct space where I quote the statistics. So here we go. It's on page 183. I talk about how some of the statistics are fabricated, and then I say towards the middle of page 183, the notion of a large-scale hunger for land is a myth, at least with regard to rural or agricultural land. This is further supported by the fact that 58% of land claims were filed in urban areas, and 84% of land grabs, or land invasions, you could say, occur in metros. This is also evident from the rapid pace at which urbanization among black South Africans is taking place. Black South Africans, more than any other group, seem to want to live in cities rather than in rural areas. From 2000 to 2015, the population of so-called black Africans in Johannesburg increased by 76.7%. The corresponding number for Cape Town is 122.4%, and for Pretoria it's 71.6%. During the same period, the number of white people in Johannesburg declined by 8.1%, and in Cape Town by 0.7%. In Pretoria, the number of white people increased by a mere 2.7%. I continue then. With regard to the intention to enter agriculture, Statistics South Africa found that only 2.8% of all university students enrolled are enrolled to study agricultural science and similar courses. Furthermore, when the Institute of Race Relations surveyed South Africans and asked them what they believed had to be done to improve their lives, a mere 1% of the respondents indicated that they believed that land reform or more land reform would improve their life. The survey also found that a mere 0.6% of people in South Africa regard land distribution as South Africa's most serious unresolved problem.
That there's been a failure in the land reform project. Could you elaborate on that?
Yes, there are many. We can talk about case studies or we can talk about statistics. There are many examples of land reform projects which have failed. One that I'm particularly aware of is a very well-known case that happened in the town, just outside the town where I grew up, the town of Tzaneen in Limpopo, Pico View, or Sipico at least. Pico View is the restaurant that was on the farm. It was a very well-known, I believe it was the biggest tea farm in South Africa. Might have been even bigger, the Southern Hemisphere. I know it was a very big tea farm. And it was a land reform project which eventually led to a total collapse of production on the farm and 2,000 people losing their jobs. Now we can talk about individual cases, or the easiest way to explain this is simply to quote the minister. The Minister of Agriculture has said that 90% of government land reform projects have failed.
This point about failed land reforms, to what extent, and probably it may come up later, but I just want to understand its relevance in relation to the pleaded case.
Yes, Môre. Well, from what I understand, part of the reason for why the speech made by Mr. Malema and made by the EFF is made is on the basis that there is a hunger for land, that land has been stolen, that white people are the land thieves, and that it's important then to produce evidence on that question, that the two issues seem intimately connected in the sense that there is the alleged acts of hate speech, and then there's a possible motivation for that speech, and that it's important then to address the motivation in addition to the speech act itself.
So in other words, that the speech made cannot be justified on the basis of the cry for land. Okay, you may proceed.
On a point of clarity, if someone had their land taken from them unjustly by the apartheid government, what do you think ought to happen?
Well, ask that question. Our position has always been and still is that we need restitution. We need to differentiate between restitution and redistribution. And what I mean by that in this context is when you say we need land redistribution, you imply, or what you seem to say is that we need to go to a piece of land, we need to look at who the owner of that land is, and if that owner is white, we need to assume that that person should not own the land, and we need to take that land from him. To a large extent, that is the argument, because too many white people own the land. That's basically what redistribution implies in terms of land reform. Restitution is something different. Restitution means you need to go to a piece of land, you need to see who the owner of that land is, and then you need to ask the question, how did that owner obtain the land? How did the land get to that owner? And if that person bought the land, that's one thing. If that person stole the land, to use the political term, that's another thing. And I'm particularly concerned, I mentioned this I think I mentioned it in the book, about how the Department of Land Reform seemed to approach this issue. I was at a land reform summit a few years ago, I'm guessing around 2018, And a representative from the Department of Land Reform spoke about we need redistribution to correct historic injustices. And the historic injustice is, of course, that people were dispossessed of their property, which, of course, did happen. I'm not denying that happened. And he then said, well, basically the measure of how we correct these injustices is we look at the race of the person who owns the land. And I then asked the question, what do you do in the situation where you take land you dispossess a white person who owns land. You say, you don't own the land anymore. We're taking this property from you, and we're giving it to a black person to correct historic injustices. And then that new owner, who is black, then decides to sell the property because he doesn't really want the land. And he says, he puts the property in the market, and he says, I want to sell my land. And then the person who buys that property is a white person. What do you do then? And this representative then said, well, that if the new owner is white, it means the correction of the historic injustice has been reversed. So now it means that this is a problem again. We need to fix this problem, the fact that the owner is white. So it doesn't matter in the large scale or the meta-narrative. The question of whether you had obtained the land legitimately is very close to irrelevant. The question is simply, are you white? And if you're white, then by definition, that makes you an illegitimate owner of that land. Or are you black? Then by definition, it makes you a legitimate owner.
Is there a sense in which people are not, that a process that you've described then doesn't treat people as individual perpetrators or victims, that it treats them as tokens for a type or as groups, and that there is full group responsibility and full group victimhood?
Yes, that's the meta-narrative. And it's a very dangerous meta-narrative. And the thing with this meta-narrative, as is the case with all efficient meta-narratives, is that there's an element of truth in it. But then this element of truth is then spread over a very large base, you could say, which then makes it a dishonest narrative. And the element of truth in this narrative is that there were atrocities that happened in South Africa. There were dispossession of people based on their land. There was a Natives Land Act. These are all true. All of these things are true. But now what happens is now it becomes a stereotype, and it's spread over a broad base where you say, well, that means that by definition, or implies that by definition, if you are white and you own land, then that makes you an illegitimate owner of that land. You should not own that land. It's a problem if you go to a piece of land and we see the owner is white, by definition, that's a problem. When what we should be doing is ask the question, how did that person get the land? And if that person got that land through a legitimate way, by purchasing the land, for example, making the claim or suggesting that that person has to be removed from the land simply because of the color of his skin is a very severe and atrocious act of racism.
The land restitution process that has unfolded in South Africa, I think since 1995.
Well, the way I understand the process is that there's a process of land claims. You can file a land claim. And I've spoken with people who are involved, also in the research of my book and afterwards as well, who are involved with this process, who look into these claims, investigate these claims. And sometimes we hear claims that are either bogus or completely unrealistic. I remember there was one person who claimed that the entire eastern part of Pretoria, the entire Pretoria East, should be given to him. So there are such examples, but then there are genuine examples of cases that are really legitimate, where a particular community lived on a piece of land and they were chased off that land, or they were dispossessed, or the white minority government said to them, well, this land has been allocated for the white areas, you can't live here anymore, so you're going to have to move to a different area. There are cases where that happened, and where that happened, there has to be there has to be restitution. And I believe what is part of the process is that the person who files a claim is given a choice. How would you like restitution? Do you want the land or do you want compensation? Would you prefer to have money to get the money that's worth the value of the land, or would you prefer to get the land? And if that person says, I want the land, then there has to be a form of restitution, and that has to be a fair process according to the rule of law and so forth. That is not something that we oppose. What we oppose is the mere idea that you simply look at skin color and then you make a decision based on that.
You mentioned that people are given a choice between land and the money. Do you have a sense of what the percentages are in terms of what people pick?
Yes, and that's part of, that's where the friction comes in, it seems to me, with the land reform debate, is the land claims process has taken quite a significant, gone through a significant process up to now. It's been in, I can't remember when it started, somewhere in the 90s. And what happened in this process is more than 90% of people, this goes back to the point about the hunger for land, more than 90% of people, at one stage I heard the figure 93%. I believe that's the closest figure I can give you, that about 93% of people who file land claims, who say, well, this piece of land is actually mine or used to be mine, say that they don't really want the land, they want money. They would rather take the money than the land. And I do know that this is regarded as a problem, as problematic. And I quote the government officials who say that people should not ask for the money, they should ask for the land, because we're never going to solve the land question if people say they would rather want money than land. And if that's the approach, then you should ask, what is the land question really? Because if this person says, I don't want the land, I want money, and you as a politician come to him and say, you are wrong, don't say that. It means that politicians are somehow dictating an agenda that doesn't necessarily comply or isn't attached or connected to the reality on ground level in terms of what people actually want.
And let me also just indicate at some stage I was quite involved in cases involving land claims, which is a process that went on sometimes forever. And if you look at, and I was involved in the land claims relating to part of the Kruger National Park, the Makuleke land claim. Now, if I recall, and that some years ago, there's some indication that generally the claims where people would want money were mainly urban than rural. And as I say, at that stage, I was also involved in the land claim of the Matsepe community.
Yes.
And quite a number of those communities in Mpumalanga in particular. And there were some write-ups about that issue about people wanting the land as opposed to wanting payment. As I say, my recollection was your urban people were the ones that mainly said would rather take money than take the land. I'm not sure whether you've come across that kind of write-ups.
Yes, I can't remember reading in one of the reports I mentioned as sources this differentiation, but what I do know is that what you are saying, my lord, I think it makes sense, because what I do know and what I also quote in the book is that the majority of cases of land claims are filed in urban areas. So if the majority of people in urban areas say they would rather have money, then that would reflect in the fact that the majority of people who file land claims say they would rather have money. I can say that I am concerned, and I think there is reason to be concerned, although I'm not an expert on that topic, about, you mentioned cases that go on forever, and this whole thing about justice delayed is justice denied. I can sympathize with that and say that this might be a problem, that people...
In the early stages, the beginning of the process, and at that stage, the other issues were relating to understanding and designing the process. There was a whole issue that caused the delays and the investigations which had to be conducted. But yes, because as I say, At the time when I was involved in the Makuleke land claim, I was approached to be involved in the Alexander, and there were some claims coming up in the West Rand, particularly the Manzeville community. And there was also a land claim coming out in Botshabelo. And I remember because I was asked to do a fact-finding commission. And I wanted to find out as to what's the reaction of all these communities in relation to would they take payment, would they want the land? And I would say what I picked up was, and it's a very limited information, and that's what I'm saying, have you come across any writings relating to that distinction? That it appeared to me in the urban areas, people were looking more for compensation as opposed to the rural areas where they would be looking for the restitution of the land.
Yes, I can comment to that by saying that I would be very surprised if that was not the case. I can't remember reading, a source that states what you are saying, but it makes sense that people who file land claims in rural areas would rather opt for the land than people who file land claims in urban areas. So that makes perfectly sense. I have no reason to doubt that.
Do you have a sense of the number of claims that were filed and the percentage of those claims that have been resolved?
Yes, it's several 100,000 that have been filed. I've got the numbers here, and I believe it's up to the 90% that have been settled up to now. I can get you the, here we go. I think it's by the cut that I'm reading from page 182. By the time the cutoff date was reached in 1998, about 80,000 land claims had been filed. The process was then opened again, and government said that they believed that 400,000 land claims would be filed in total. I'm not sure what the exact number is now, how many claims have been filed to date, but it would be in the hundreds of thousands. And I have the number, the exact number here somewhere, about how many of them have been settled, but it's a surprisingly high number.
You then mentioned earlier that there's an allegation that there's exploitation of farm workers by farmers. Can you elaborate on that?
Yes, so I spent quite some time writing this and getting information to write this. And I remember having spent quite a lot of time, and my frustration was that I couldn't get proper research on this issue. There were I could get many speeches and people quoting statistics which I could not find any source for. And I mentioned this somewhere in this chapter where I quote someone, a researcher, who said that there's actually very little, it was the ILO, I believe, the International Labour Organization. There's actually a shortage of research on this issue, on the extent to which farm workers are being treated by farmers. Although it's something that we hear about frequently, it became a mainstream topic in 2012, largely, or at least it was elevated into the mainstream when the protests or the riots, or however you want to frame it, at the Doorns in the Western Cape started. So I referenced that, and in response to that, I write this here on page 186. In the aftermath of the Doorn riots, the International Labour Organization embarked on an investigation into the realities of working conditions on South Africa's farms. What the ILO found was that, with the exception of isolated cases, these claims were mostly unjustified. And I'm quite sure I mentioned this in this chapter because I remember reading, I believe it was a researcher from the ILO who expressed concern about the fact that there's not really sufficient research available, and that municipalities and so forth, for example, it was difficult to get them to cooperate because they weren't able to provide proper statistics.
So would that right be only limited to the working conditions, day-to-day employment, reporting for duty, or would it link also to occupation of the land or residential? Because there's also the whole issue of
Yes.
employees staying on the land. And
Yeah,
I understand when you look at the conditions of an employee in relation to farm workers, you may also need to look at the occupation
Yes.
or residential issues.
Yes. My lord, it included both. I can take you to that. I found the section, the answer to your question is on page 188 in the book. Before I go to the graph there, what I can read to you is under the heading evictions.
Okay.
It turns out, however, that finding credible information on evictions proves to be extremely difficult according to the ILO, that's the International Labour Organization, mostly because government authorities, municipalities in particular, seldom have records of evictions readily available. And then there's a quote, more often than not, a special search had to be done before statistics were made available, write researchers Marguerite Visser and Stuart Ferrer. The Land Claims Court is supposed to be the main source of information on legal evictions, but in spite of numerous requests to an officer of that court, no information on evictions was received by the researchers. Where statistics were made available by different levels of government, the information provided was often conflicting, making it very difficult to get a real sense of the problem. The Department of Rural Development and Land Reform acknowledges that one of their biggest challenges is obtaining reliable statistics on evictions. And I can add to that by in terms of your question, my lord, on the previous page, page 187, there's a section about housing, and then there's a graph, figure 19 at the top of page 188, that compares living conditions of people on farms as opposed to living conditions of people who don't live on farms. And this is particularly for the Western Cape. That's what the study focused on, given that the Doorns issue was highlighted there. So the graph shows houses with bricks and mortars. Do the houses have baths or showers in the house, taps inside the house, and so forth? And from this graph, on most issues, it appeared that people who actually lived on farms had better housing conditions than people who did not live on farms.
I might just pause here, my lord. I noticed that fan is quite loud. I'm not sure if there's anything that can be done about it.
Is it the fan or the rain? I thought it's rain.
It's rain?
It's actually rain, yeah.
Oh. Then there's nothing to be done.
Yes. Well, just whilst we're on that point, just as a side issue, it would have been much interesting if there were statistics and report relating to the case of the land claims to see the patterns, because I know at some stages, I say when I was involved, there were quite a number of cases which were referred to mediation by the Land Claims Court. And some of those mediations involve things like burial, access to burials,
Yes.
access to grazing land. And I saw those issues. In fact, in one of the mediation that I did, the lawyers for the farmer or the employer considered that you couldn't divorce those issues from employment rights.
Yes.
So as I say, just in passing, it would have been very interesting to see when one analyzes the conditions of employees on the farm, what would have been the analysis?
I can comment on that. I don't think I have statistics or numbers for that in the book, but the issues you mention are real issues in our experience at AfriForum as well, and we do a lot of work with different communities, traditional communities and so forth. And this is something that we have discussed at AfriForum as something that we need to find some form of a a more sustainable solution. Things like burial sites and so forth. It's an issue that sort of below the surface creates a friction. And if we can get some form of a cooperation or a let's call it an agreement or a solution that is based on mutual recognition and respect, it would go a long way. So this is certainly something that I think still needs to be looked at.
Okay, thank you.
In the book, you have a section on benefits enjoyed by farm workers. The paragraph is at the bottom of 186, and then you have a graph. Could you take us through that?
Yes, so there's a short discussion on benefits. It's one paragraph. I'll read the paragraph. If you want me to go through the graph, I can do that as well. So that's on page 186. And again, I'm referring to this study by the International Labour Organization. They said, as far as benefits are concerned, the ILO found that a wide range of benefits was offered to farm workers in the Western Cape. Of the permanent farm workers, 100% had transport to work, 97% had transport to social events, and 82% had transport to health services. 87% of farm workers had free housing, 86% had free work clothes, 72% had vegetable gardens, 64% had access to a creche, while 64% were on a funeral fund. 43% had subsidized electricity, and 8% got electricity for free. 43% had provident funds, 36% had access to on-farm medical facilities, 32% received contributions to medical costs, 22% received free food, 22% received food rations, and 22% had access to grazing land, and 8% had access to aftercare facilities. So I can go through the graph, but these are the most important statistics in the graph as well. So it's interesting to compare the findings of this study to the general narrative. Again, going back to the brutal farmer stereotype, that there's this stereotype that, and as I've mentioned and as I've quoted, that, the farmers deserve what's coming to them because look at how they treat their workers. And then you read this and you see that there's this range of benefits that farm workers have that people who don't live on farms tend not to have. And obviously there are exceptions and so forth, but just looking at the broad statistics, reading this, the findings of this study, if you compare the findings of this study to the narrative about the brutal farmer, it's as if the two are so far detached from each other that it doesn't, it's not reconcilable. That's the impression you get.
If I can ask you to turn to page 191 of your book, 191. Chapter 4.
Sorry, Mr.
191.
Before we get there, Mr. Oppenheimer, just for my clarity also on this study, it doesn't seem to draw a distinction between big commercial farms and your small business farmers. Am I correct? Because the sense I get here, it seems to me these are like your big farming corporates or corporations.
I suspect that you are right, but I can't answer with certainty. It's a pretty thick study. I remember reading the study, but I can't remember if they made that distinction particularly. I can check for you. I still have the study at my house, at home, printed out. Yeah.
I think, Mr. Oppenheimer, it may be useful because remember the point I asked earlier about what's the relevance of this point. And if you're saying the relevance would be to show the tension and the conflicts that develops in these communities, it seems to me that some of these issues may be quite helpful to understand. Whether the conflict arises in terms of the conditions of employment because people are denied access to graves, and is that in a big farm, in a commercial farm, whatever, that may also be a useful study to look at. And I know in Chambers we agreed that there may be some other documents that we may want to bring up, even though we've already closed on the pleadings, but in the nature of these proceedings, it may be quite useful to also, if at all, there are studies in that area.
Yes, my lord, then we can undertake to obtain that study and to upload that study onto case lines. Then if I can ask you to turn to page 191. The title of that chapter is Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer. Could you give us a summary of that chapter?
Yes, so that chapter is about the song, Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer, which is the same song for which we are in court today. And largely what this chapter is about is, you could say, the history of that song in the post-94 dispensation. So I discuss where it was sung publicly, how the song was popularized.
Mr. Roets, speak a little bit louder. This rain is...
Okay, sure.
Okay,
what I'm saying is that this chapter is about the song Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer, which is the same song for which we are in court today. And I largely discussed you could say, the history of the song, not going back to the struggle, but the history of the song ever since 1994, you could say, or since 1990, when the apartheid legislation was rescinded. So I discuss, for example, how the song was popularized by Peter Mokaba, who was, when he was president of the ANC Youth League, what his comments were. I then discuss the Human Rights Commission, who looked into this matter, the eventual finding by the Human Rights Commission that the song Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer is in fact hate speech. Initially they found that it isn't. It was then taken on appeal, and on appeal they found that it is hate speech. And then I conclude with a table and a graph indicating farm murders committed in the year 1993, which is the year in which Peter Mokaba started publicly singing this song. And so I make a comparison there, the impact that a song like this has had or can potentially have on the statistics when it comes to farm murders.
Then let us start with, if you could elaborate on the history of the song and Peter Mokaba's role in singing the song.
Yes, so I would prefer not to comment on the extent to which this song is or isn't a struggle song. But what I can comment on is the extent to is the history of the song post 1990. And in 17 April 1993, that's on page 194.
Sorry, Mr. Roets, I'm battling to hear you say you would not comment on the song.
I would prefer not. I don't want to present myself as an expert on struggle songs or the extent to which this particular song is or is not a struggle song. But I can comment on the history of this song post 1990.
Yes, go ahead.
Good. All right. And then on page 194, I mention that's basically where this discussion starts. Yes. So on 17 April 1993, Peter Mokaba, who was president of the ANC Youth League, but I believe at the time he was also deputy minister in former President Nelson Mandela's cabinet. He addressed a mass rally in Khayelitsha, just outside Cape Town, and he led the crowd into chanting this song, Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer. Bulala Amabunu was also used during this event, which means kill the Boers. That's at least the translation I was given. And it was then popular. It had been a popular song of Mkhonto Sizwe. Earlier, I made that comment. I then discuss how the public reacted to this song and how Peter Mokaba reacted to the reaction. And he actually said he was then criticized for this. And on 21 April of that same year, he said, and I quote, "Let me make it clear. What I said was, kill the farmer, kill the Boer, shoot to kill. This is our culture. This is our tradition. Those who disagree can go to hell." I can add, I continue there by saying, Mokaba then urged the students to prepare for war. He later rephrased by saying that these comments should not be taken literally.
Can I ask you about Mr. Malema's relationship with Mr. Mokaba?
Yes. It would be good for this court to ask him if he can testify about that in this court. So, but what I can say from what I gather from interviews with him and news reports is that I believe he had some form of a relationship with Mr. Mokaba when he was younger, when he was involved with COSAS, one of the youth wings. And I remember a story about I believe it was when he was elected president of the ANC, where he actually went to Peter Mokaba's grave before and after the election. And I know that he has described Peter Mokaba as one of his heroes on more than one occasion in the last decade or so.
At the bottom of page 194, you give the example of Godfrey Huer, who was murdered. Can you elaborate on that case?
Yes. Godfrey Huer was a farmer who was murdered in front of his wife, Amy, on their farm near Vryheid in KwaZulu-Natal. He was murdered by a man named Ntutuko Chwene, who was 28 years old. Chwene was found guilty of having committed this. And he was convicted, and he was convicted of murder and sentenced to life imprisonment. He then testified to the Truth and Reconciliation Commission that the singing of this song by his political leader had a significant impact on him. And he said, and remember, this is the exact same song that we are in court for today. He said that he did not have something, I think there's a quote here, perhaps it's best if I quote him. He said, these were his words. He said, "I could have killed any other white man I came across at the time. My frustrations were directed to white men because they had what we did not have." And he said to the court that he had been influenced by the chanting of the song, "Kill the Boer, kill the farmer."
You made reference to the fact that the song, and there's a distinction to be drawn here between the song "Kill the Boer, kill the farmer" and the song "Dubulu Bunu," and we'll talk about them separately. But the song "Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer" you mentioned had been heard before the Human Rights Commission's appeal body. Can you give us an indication of what that case involved and what the finding was?
Yes, I went through the judgment in that case as well in reading this book, and it's quoted here. I think it's discussed on page 195 and 196. But the Human Rights Commission looked at this, and initially they found that this does not amount to hate speech, this song. It was then taken on appeal, and on appeal, the Human Rights Commission actually came out with a very, I would say, a very sound, and you could even say strongly worded ruling about declaring that the song "Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer" is indeed hate speech, as it complies with the definition and the criteria for hate speech.
Can you elaborate on what the criteria for hate speech are in the Constitution,
Yes.
and then if you're aware of how they've been modified by the Constitutional Court?
Yes, so the Constitution deals with freedom of speech in section 16, And section 16.2, it states in the Constitution that freedom of expression does not extend to several things, which includes, and I've got the exact words here, advocacy of hatred that is based on race, ethnicity, gender, or religion, and that constitutes incitement to cause harm. And we do know that, as we state in our papers, that the question of hate speech is not only dealt with in section 16 of the Constitution, it's also dealt with in Pepuda, in the Equality Act. And there's a long definition of what constitutes hate speech, which I can't quote off the bat, but I have a broad idea of what it entails.
I'm going to see if I can, we've attached the judgment of the court in Kwalani to our bundle. I'm going to see if I can find that just to read to you. My Lord, this is on page 487 of the court bundle. This is, just for clarity's sake, the Constitutional Court found that the original wording in section 10.1 of the Equality Act was unconstitutional, and then has created an interim reading, and that is that reading. It's the matter of Kwalani. We annexed the entire case to the bundle, and so I thought I would just read the...
You're saying it's on page 487?
487.
Of case lines.
Of case lines.
Just give me 1 second. Yes, I found the judgment.
So at paragraph D of that order, the court says, during the period of suspension of the order of constitutional invalidity, section 10.1 of the Equality Act will read as follows, subject to the proviso in section 12, no person may publish, propagate, advocate, or communicate words that are based on one or more of the prohibited grounds against any person that could reasonably be construed to demonstrate a clear intention to be harmful or to incite harm and to promote or propagate hatred. Is that your understanding of the current hate speech test?
Yes, that's correct.
The Commission, at your book, you have an extract from a finding of the Human Rights Commission on the question of Gil the Boer, of the song. Could you read out what is said there in the middle of page 196 of your book?
Are you talking about the quote on page 196? Yes. So the Human Rights Commission found that it is the advocacy of hatred that must constitute the incitement to cause harm. The focus must be on whether the expression itself causes or is likely to cause harm, and not on the subjective intention of the person articulating it.
And could you continue with the other findings of the Commission?
Yes. So there are, I continue then on the next page. The Commission found that the slogan under consideration in this appeal was chanted at high-profile functions organized by the African National Congress, the ruling party in this country. These events and the chanting of the slogans were widely publicized. There can be no doubt that the slogan, given its content, its history, and the context in which it was chanted, would harm the sense of well-being, contribute directly to a feeling of marginalization, and adversely affect the dignity of Afrikaners. The Human Rights Commission then continued by saying, the slogan says to them that they are still the enemy of the majority of the people of this country. It contributes to the alienation of the target community and conveys a particularly divisive message to the majority community that the target community is less deserving of respect and dignity.
And if you read on,
On that day, kill the Boer, kill the farmer was found to be hate speech. Since then, the ANC leadership has largely refrained from singing the song at public gatherings, although the song was and is still regularly sung by ANC supporters. Should I continue?
I'd like you to talk about the section that you have next, which is about
Yep.
the connection between the singing of the song and farm murders.
Yes, so what I did in the writing of this book is I looked at the statistics about farm murders during that year, 1993, and I plotted them on a graph. There's a table at the bottom of page 197, and then there's a graph on page 198, and perhaps the graph is more indicative because you can actually see the picture. And in the graph, it's divided by weeks. So every blue line represents a week of that year. And then in each week, the amount of farm murders is listed. So the more farm murders there were in a week, the higher the blue line would be. So the first week, which is just the 1st and the 2nd of January, there were 0. The second week, there was 1. The third week, that's the 10th to the 16th of January, there were 2. And then in the week in which this song was publicly sung and was so widely reported, I made that line red. So you can see that's the week there in April. You can see there's a week, one of the lines is red, not blue. That is indicative of the fact that that's the week in which this controversy about and this highly publicized events of the song Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer started. And what is significant there is the graph makes it very clear that there is a significant spike in the amounts of farm murders. I'm not talking about attacks, I'm talking about farmers being murdered. So just to give an indication, if we go back a few weeks, towards the beginning of March, first week of March, there was 0 farm murders. The second week, there was 1. The third week, there was 1.
Sorry, Mr. Roets, you're losing me.
Oh.
The date there's a date that says 21-27 February, and then there is 7-13 March. And yes, I see after 21-27, there are 2 zeros before you get to the red.
If I understand your question correctly, the answer to that is that just to make the graph easier to read, we did not provide the details of every week for every line because it would have been very confusing.
Yes, no, I understand your explanation, but I just wanted to make sure that I'm with you because you say there are 0 zeros, but I'm looking at the dates. And if I understand, this is for 1993.
Yes.
And these are the songs related to Mr. Peter Mukaba.
No, so the numbers there is not for the singing of the song. The numbers there are for farm murders.
Okay.
So this is a graph, a column chart that indicates farm murders committed per week during the year 1993.
Yes, I understand that, but then you said earlier that the red mark, and I see it's the only red.
Yes.
Am I wrong?
No, that's correct.
I'm looking at the wrong page.
It's page 198 of the book.
Page 198, yes, that's the one I'm looking at.
Yes?
You said that the red block represent farm murders.
No.
No.
Every line represents farm murders, and they are all colored in blue, but just to make it clear, the line that is colored in red is the week, because every line represents a week.
After the singing of the song.
That's correct. That's the week in which the song was sung at, I believe, at Khayelitsha.
Yes.
My lord, if I can provide clarity, what might make it easier is that at page 197, it says the song is sung on 17 April 1993. The way the graph is done is that it's every second week gets a date name, but every bar represents a week. That red one is between the weeks of 4 to 10 April and 18 to 24 April. So in other words, it is the week of 11 April to 17 April, although it doesn't bear a date. And so that red bar then refers to the start of 17 April, and then the bars that follow are after the singing of the song.
Okay. So between the 4th to the 10th of April, that's a week.
It's a week.
And it represents 0. And then from the 10th to the, say, the week of the 18th to 24 April. Oh, I see. That's between the 10th of April and the 17th of April.
That's correct.
Yes. In other words, the blank spots.
That's when the song was sung.
Yes.
And the red block would represent farm murderers.
I think the red or the blue has no effect on the number of farm murders. The red just shows a way of annotating that is the week in which the song was
There was
sung.
an increase.
And
I thought that's what the witness said.
yes, well, I understand that. In other words, the redness, that the bars all refer to farm murders.
Yes.
The red just marks a date line, and that shows that the date, being 17 April in that week, is the visual marker for when the song is sung. But it is still, it's in other words, the number over that bar is
the
1.
red doesn't represent the murders.
All the bars represent murders.
Well, that's the point I'm trying to understand. If it represents, the red represent the murders, I now understand the week within which it happened, like the other blue when it happened. So in that week, the red would represent the murders, but following, if I understood the witness, following the singing of the song by Mr. Peter Mokaba.
My Lord, I think the reason why there's some confusion is previously in the other graphs, we had the blue represent the attacks and the red represent the murders. But that's not the case with this graph. So with this graph, every line that you see there represents the amount of people who were murdered in that week. And then there's a number on top. The only thing, the one line is colored in red. The only thing that means is that's the week in which this song was sung.
Yes.
Just to give a visual indication.
Yes. And the number 1 at the top of that block, what does that represent?
That means that one farm murder was committed in that week.
In that week, okay.
And then the next block says 3. That means the next week, 3 farm murders were committed. And then the next block says 4. That means 4 farm murders were committed. And then the next block says 5. So what this graph indicates is, that's the important part, is those weeks in April and May, you can see there's a significant spike in the amount of farm murders that were committed in that year. And this spike happened after the public singing of the song Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer started.
No, I understand. Thank you very much.
If I can.
And so just further clarity. So what it means is that you've noted the murder that occurred in the week where the song was sung. There was 1.
Yes.
But you continue
Yes.
on the blue to indicate that the murders continued on the week of the 18th to 24 April. You had 3, it comes to 4, 5, 6.
That's exactly,
so
yes,
on.
yes.
It doesn't end on the red block. It just continues.
Yes, exactly. Because remember, there was a controversy that was stretched out for a while, and this was heavily published in the media after that red line. If I can, my Lord, and if it helps to clarify, I explain it more particularly on the previous page, on the table. So the table there says, let me read the paragraph before that. In the month following, on 17 April 1993, that was the first public chanting of Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer, which was widely reported in the media. 19 farm attacks took place, during which 15 people were murdered. compared to the monthly average for that year. So if you take that year and you say, what was the average for farm murders and farm attacks for every month for that year, and you work out what was the average, and then you say, what are the numbers just for that 1 month following on the singing of this song? It amounts to an upwards variance of 41% in farm attacks and 135% in farm murders. So there was a sharp increase in both farm attacks and farm murders shortly after, in the weeks, in the 1 month followed, the month that followed on this public singing of this song.
Thank you.
I could ask you to turn to page 193 on this point about the connection between the speech and farm murders. Towards the bottom of that page,
Yes.
there's an extract that says a study by AfriForum. Could you just read that out?
Yes. So that's the bottom of page 193, the second last paragraph. A study by AfriForum found that it is not uncommon for farm murders to increase in the months following on incidents of hate speech that received substantial coverage in the media. In the month that followed, on former President Jacob Zuma's singing of Shoot the Boer, for example, 16 farm attacks took place during which 6 people were murdered. The effect of this was that farm attacks in the month that followed were 11% higher and farm murders were 36% higher than the average for 2012. Upon analyzing, and this is probably the most important part, upon analyzing 5 high-profile incidents of hate speech directed at white farmers, we have discovered an average increase of 74.8% in farm murders in the months that followed on these incidents.
My Lord, I see that we've reached the lunch time. I think this would be a good place for an adjournment.
Just before we break, let's go back to page 198 again.
Yes.
The graph. Just for my clarity before we pass that and I forget, this in terms of what you note at figure 20, you're saying it happened in 1993.
Yes, correct. So every line represents 1 week of the year 1993. Every week is not written down. Only every second week is written. Otherwise, it would have been too clouded, the graph.
Yes.
So the numbers, every line that goes up tells you how many people were, how many farm murders were committed in that week. So the first week there was 0. The second week there was 1.
And the week 21, 27, which comes out quite directly on the blog, it shows 5 murders.
21 to 27 February.
21-27 February.
Yes.
It shows 5 murders.
Yes, correct.
And so that's 5 murders before the
singing of the song.
The singing of the song.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, correct.
And would there be any relation between those statistics and the ones that followed? Because I see 3 weeks after the singing of the song, 3, you also have 5 murders.
Yes, yes,
Almost the same as before the singing of the song.
yes. So the answer to that would be that we need to consider that this is a very complex phenomenon and that there are many variables that could play a role as to why these attacks are happening and why it's not. And we have found that we must be very cautious to make, when we see in 1 year the farm attacks is lower, it's usually, it could be an oversimplification to say, oh, it's just because of COVID, for example. So the point of this is to say that there's a trend. There were weeks in which more than 5, in other years, there have been weeks in which more than 5 people have been murdered. I'm sure we can find such examples. And as you point out, in the week of 21 to 27 February, there were 5 farm murders.
Okay.
But it seems, if you look at the graph, that seems like an isolated case. It's because the week before there were 2, and the week thereafter there was 0. And then 1, and then 1, and then 1, and then 0, and then 0. And then the singing of the song starts, and then it goes up. 1 farm murder, 3 farm murders, 4 farm murders, 5 farm murders. So you can see that the graph, if you look at that graph of the entire year, you can see there's this one batch where the murders, 1 month when the murders was at its worst. And that, incidentally or not, is the month that followed immediately after this song became popular.
After the 5, in 2 to 8 May, it then drops down gradually.
Yes.
In fact, it drops down and then it literally drops down to 0.
Yes.
And then it starts rising. But towards the end of the year, if it was still in 1993, it goes up quite significantly in October, and then drops down to 0, but 1, and then 0, and then there's a 3, and then it drops down to a 0. So in December, by the end of that year, we had 2 zeros.
Yes.
In other words, 2 weeks in December of that year, there were none of the farm murders.
That's correct. So over Christmas time that year, there were no farm murders. There were still farm attacks, but this graph doesn't look at farm attacks. It only looks at farm attacks where people were murdered.
And you didn't do any graph that compares with, I know we're here on, but is there a graph that deals with the attacks?
Not for this particular year, but it would not be difficult for me to provide you with such a graph.
Let's use the numbers rather than percentage. You're saying it's 77 and the farm attacks was 161. Would the 161 include the 77, or 77 is only related to, sorry, I beg your pardon, whether the 161 attacks would also include the cases where there was murder? Yes,
that's exactly correct. So during those 161 attacks, 77 people were murdered. It could happen that during one attack, more than one person was murdered, and obviously it could happen that there were attacks where no one was murdered.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Just to maybe conclude that point, am I right that on the question of farm murders, if I look at that graph, the total for the year was 77. The monthly average for the year was 6.4. But the monthly average for farm murders in the month after, the number of people that were killed in the month after Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer was sung was 15 in comparison to the 6.4. And that you say that that's an increase of 135%. Is that correct?
Yes. And what I mean by increase is if you look the way we calculated, yes, we just said, what's the average for the year per month? And then we said, what's the number for that particular month? And that particular month is 135% higher than the average for the year.
Yes.
The month following on the singing of Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer.
Thank you very much. Maybe then we can, unless you still...
No.
You covered. Thank you very much. Let's take the break. It's now 13:14. How would you want us to come back?
Should we come back at 2:15?
2:15. Thank you very much. We're going to adjourn. Mr. Roets, you're still under oath during the lunch. We'll continue with your testimony after lunch. The court shall adjourn. Thank you. We may proceed. Mr. Root, you're still under oath. Yes, Mr. Oppenheimer.
Mr. Roets, if I could ask you to turn to page 201 of your book. There, the chapter is described, Shoot the Boer. If you could provide us with a brief synopsis.
Thank you. So yeah, the chapter 15 is called Shoot the Boer. It refers to the song Dubela Ibunu, which is the song, of course, with regard to which we went to court in 2011. And the song here, or the chapter here, talks about more particularly about Julius Malema and the role that he has played in during his time at the ANC Youth League, and then also the economic freedom fighters, the rise of the economic freedom fighters, the establishment of the party, comments made by the economic freedom fighters. It looks at some of their policies, things that happened at the launch of the economic freedom fighters, and then I go to the song Shoot the Boer, and I discuss the process. I discuss the singing of the song in March 2010, and the build up to the eventual court case that happened in 2011. So that's what the chapter is about. I then talk about the murder of Eugene Ter Blanche, in as far as that is relevant to the topic of farm murders, given that he was also murdered on a farm, and what happened there, and what happened in the aftermath of. Yes, and then I conclude with a comment on the month of June 20, which is the month in which there was not a single farm attack.
If I could then ask you to start you have a section at page 201 in the middle that says the rise of the Malema files. Could you discuss that?
Yes, so the chapter starts with it's largely about Malema's time during at the ANC Youth League. We know his predecessor at the ANC Youth League was Fikile Mbalula, who's now Minister of Transport, I believe. At the time, he was the president of the ANC Youth League, and it was said that under his leadership, the ANC Youth League became more thuggish. That's a word that was used by one commentator. The ANC Youth League has always been you could say, a controversial youth movement, or the Afrikaans word is voortvarend. And I discussed that time, the time when Mbalula left and Julius Malema took over, and the comment I make is, if we use the word thuggish, then you can say Malema took the thuggishness to new heights. Fikile Mbalula said that at the time when he was still with the Youth League, that they are prepared, the Youth League is prepared to the Youth League is prepared to die for Zuma. And then Malema said, no, we're not prepared to die for Zuma, we are prepared to take up arms and kill for Zuma. And that's maybe a symbolic way of describing how things started escalating when Malema took over. I explain how he was criticized by former President Kgalema Motlanthe for his comments and his style. Then I go back a little bit. I talk about Malema when he was younger, when he was still with, I think that was when he was still with Kosas, when his comments with regard to Winnie Madikizela when she was found guilty on charges of fraud and theft, and his comments in 2009 that Helen Zille, who was at the time the leader of the DA, he called her a racist little girl who must remember that Zuma is her boss. And then an important thing to mention, he publicly called her a cockroach also, which is a very significant comment. And I mentioned here, perhaps I should read this. The cockroach comment was particularly striking, as it was the same word that was used by the Hutu of Rwanda to dehumanize the Tutsi minority as they were preparing for genocide. I then talk, an important point I make is in 2011 at a political rally near Kimberley, Malema made the comment. He said, "Once we agree that they," referring to white people, "stole our land, we can agree that they are criminals and must be treated as such," which goes back to the brutal farmer stereotype and the point we made earlier about categorizing people simply on the color of their skin and attributing certain characteristics to them based on that.
You then go on to say that Mr. Malema was expelled from the ANC and formed the EFF. Can you tell us about what happened there?
Yes, so he was expelled from the ANC at the time. He was the main charge was his public attacks or criticisms on former President Jacob Zuma. So he, as a member of the ANC, was attacking the president of the ANC in the media, and he was eventually expelled as a result of that. And after that, he started what they call a radical leftist, anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist movement called the EFF, and it was founded in July 2013. What it said was one of its cardinal pillars is that the land must be expropriated without compensation. I also discussed the banners. There was a controversy about the banners, some of the banners that were displayed at the launch of the party. One of the banners said, and I quote, there are pictures of the banners, "A revolutionary must become a cold, killing machine motivated by pure hate," said the one banner. Another banner said, "Honeymoon is over for white people in South Africa." And then when the EFF was asked about this, I believe it was Mbuyiseni Ndlozi as the spokesperson, he then said that those were not official banners of the EFF, but he did not reject the message or the content of the banners. He just said those were not official EFF banners.
You then state that criminal charges had been laid against Mr. Malema on the basis that he had encouraged people to illegally invade land, and that there was a hearing in Newcastle.
Yes.
Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah, so he made a speech where he said, I think his exact words were, "If you see a beautiful piece of land, take it, it is yours." And he encouraged his supporters to engage in land invasions, and criminal charges were filed against him. And at Newcastle on 7 November 2016, he said, and this is a quote, "We are not calling for the slaughter of white people, at least for now. The rightful owners of the land are black people. No white person is a rightful owner of the land here in South Africa and the whole of the African continent."
How would you understand that quote?
Well, it's extremely alarming. I mean, we've discussed a few things that are quite alarming. This is probably one of the most alarming comments. It's a vile threat to say, "I'm not calling for the slaughter of an entire section of our society based on the color of their skin, at least for now." In other words, one day I might start calling for their slaughter. And we know he's made jokes about this, and these people who are concerned about this, who are alarmed about this, he has described them as crybabies. But a comment like that is very, very serious, coming from the same person who has referred to people as cockroaches, who's now saying that simply based on the color of your skin, that by definition makes you a criminal. And by definition, simply based on the color of your skin, you have to be treated like a criminal because you are all criminals. Everyone who has a particular skin color, just based on that mere fact, that makes them criminals. And the fact that he then goes further to say that, again, I quote, "No white person is a rightful owner of land here in South Africa and the whole of the African continent." And that it strengthens this narrative that it's not really about restitution of land, because the question is not how did you get the land. The question is not if you bought the land or what was the method in which you acquired the land. The question is, what is the color of your skin, and if the color of your skin, if you have a particular skin color, by definition, it doesn't matter. Other facts, other criteria are irrelevant. The only irrelevant criteria here is the color of your skin. And based on that, you are an illegitimate owner of that land, or your ownership of that land is illegitimate. This is, sure.
This in our court, but Mr. Can both of you just come closer to me here?
Yes.
Taken a very firm statement that we're going to have to inculcate and introduce into this court respect of the court. And Mr. President, I request that you will speak to your clients. very much. The gentleman at the back, I have received an explanation from your counsel, and I accept the explanation, and just let me explain to the public so that I saw the media focusing on you, and it would be unfair for you suddenly to appear in the media as though something was going wrong with you. It has been explained to me that you were not aware as to what happens as a matter of showing respect and courtesy to the court. That's a practice, and I'm sure he must have demonstrated to you, but you have also seen me when I came in, I bow. That's the common practice in court, and that's a fundamental principle of showing respect to the court, and it applies to everybody, with no exception, even the judges themselves. You see, if I walk out, before I walk out, I bow. When you walk in, you bow. When you walk out, you bow. That's the standard that I would really want to have in our courts. Thank you very much. Otherwise, as I say, your explanation has been accepted. Thank you. We may proceed.
Mr. Roets, you state that Malema responded to criticism about the speech that he'd made at Newcastle, and you have some extracts of that speech in the book. Could you read some of the salient ones for us?
So he received criticism about this speech that we discussed now, and then he, at a later stage, he appeared in court in Bloemfontein. And outside the courtroom, he then made another speech. And what I'm about to read now are extracts from that speech he made it in Bloemfontein. He said, "My wish is to see de Klerk," referring to former President F.W. de Klerk, "my wish is to see de Klerk suffering for a very long time for the crimes they committed against black people. They were never punished for that. When we leave here, you see any beautiful piece of land, you will like it, occupy it. It belongs to you. It is your land. It is the land of your forefathers. It was the land that was taken from us by white people, by force, through genocide. They killed our people. We are not talking violence. We are not promoting violence. But I cannot guarantee the future. I am not a prophet. I am talking now. We are not carrying any weapons. I will never kill white people. Why should I kill them? I will never revenge for what they did. I am asking politely for the land to be returned. And if they don't return it, I cannot guarantee what will happen. Afrikaner boys, die poppe sal dans," which is, of course, in translated, it's an Afrikaans idiom that to express that someone is going to be in trouble. "The EFF is coming for you, boy. Just pray. Pray to your ancestors. Pray to Malan. Pray to Verwoerd. Pray and ask them for EFF not to come into power. Because we come into power. Afrikaner male, this side. This is where you belong. We are not scared of Afrikaners. This is not your land. You must know your place. You are visitors here. And the long stay of visitors depends on their conduct. If you continue to misbehave, feeding our people to lions, putting our people who are still alive in the coffins, then you are applying for something else."
I'd like you to comment on a few things in particular. The first is this description of Afrikaners as visitors. Are you able to square that notion with the constitutional notion that South Africa is a nation which belongs to all who live in it?
No, I'm not able to square the two. To claim that someone, again, based on their ethnicity or their skin color, regardless of any other facts or criteria, is simply a visitor to a country and cannot be anything more than a visitor, it's just a very obvious case of double standards and a very obvious case of denouncing an entire section of society to the status of second-class citizens, of having less rights or fewer rights than the remaining portion of society.
The other question is, the term "they" in these statements appears to refer to white people at different times in history. In other words, it seems to look back into the past to say, they, white people, committed acts of genocide, and they, white people, now deserve to be punished. How do you understand that idea?
Well, what he seems to be doing here is to take every possible negative attribute that he can find, or any possible atrocious deed committed by people who were white at some stage in history, and then attributing that to the entire group and saying, well, this is what you people did, in other words. When he says they, he talks about the group of white people. And then he says that white people have to be punished or have to carry the consequences, or they have to fix what they did. So it's presenting it as if it's just one homogeneous group and everyone is equally guilty. Of course, he's not applying that logic to good work that have been done and saying, well, this white person did this incredible work or played this significant role in building society, and therefore we should be grateful to white people. He wouldn't say something like that. He would only apply it in a one-direction fashion by saying that if a white person, a person who happens to be white, did something atrocious, the argument is, look at what white people did, and therefore white people, in other words, the entire group, have to be punished.
What is your view on the notion of collective punishment?
It has been, the idea of collective punishment has been the starting block of, probably you could say, the worst atrocities that have been committed in the past century. All right.
It's a starting block.
I'm saying the notion of collective punishment, in other words, punishing people simply because they belong to a particular group, has been a starting block of some of the worst atrocities that have been committed in the past century. Is in other words, denouncing people or degrading them simply because they belong to a particular group, regardless of whether that person did anything wrong. That person has to be punished because someone who might look like that person did something wrong.
If I could ask you to, at page 205, you have a paragraph there where you talk about the number of farm murders that had occurred in the month following Mr. Malema's speech. Could you discuss that in some detail?
Yes. So I write there on page 205, as is the case with the ANC's leadership, Malema's hate speech is usually directed at white people in general, but importantly also to a certain cultural ethnic group in particular, the Afrikaners or the Boers. In the month following Malema's speech about white people and Afrikaners in Newcastle, 12 farm murders were committed, as opposed to the monthly average of 6.25 for that year. This constitutes an upward variance of 92% in farm murders. Would you like me to continue?
Yes, you then make reference to a further political speech by Mr. Malema.
Yes. Then on 28 February 2018, while speaking at a political gathering in Soweto, in Gauteng, Malema reiterated. He said, "We don't back whites. We don't care about their feelings. They have made us suffer for a very long time. It's our turn now. They must be happy we are not beating them up. They must be happy we are not calling for genocide. We are exercising our political freedom and we are hurting them the most. We are exercising political power. It is more hurtful. It is more painful than a gun. It is more painful than a spear. We hurt you and take from you without a drop of blood."
Can I ask you about this? How do you understand speech which seems to discuss calls for genocide and then appears to retreat from that, to sort of say we could be calling for this, but we're not calling for this. How do you understand that?
Yes, there's if I understand your question correctly, there's a debating strategy that's called the Mott and Bailey strategy. And it's something that politicians especially tend to do. And it refers to the old medieval castles, where there's the bailey on top and there's the moat at the bottom. There's the big area walled around the castle, where if the castle is attacked, that's where the fight usually happens. And then when you lose that fight in the bottom part of the castle, you could say, you can then still retreat to a second segment that is more fortified. And then you can continue the fight from there. And in public speaking or political speaking, what that means when you apply that is you make a very atrocious statement. In other words, that's the first area, the first arena of the fight. You say something that is very atrocious, and then when you get attacked for that, you leave sort of the back door open and you move to a second space. And then you say, no, well, actually what I said there was not really what I meant, but the damage has already been done by saying that. And then you try to present your initial comment as if you actually meant something else, or you actually said something else than what you actually said. And that's the typical thing that we see with these type of comments is he's clearly saying, he literally said in the speech, he said that his intention is to hurt people based on the color of their skin. He said it explicitly. And this was actually, you could almost say this was sort of the Bailey part, where he was sort of retracting or attempting to retract that, or presenting what he initially said. Because he's saying, what he initially just said is he made several comments about, it's also in the book, slitting the throat of whiteness and making comments as such. And then saying, basically what he's saying is you should behave, because if you don't, we're going to call for a genocide. That's what he said. We're not calling for genocide, at least for now. In other words, one day we might change our minds and we might start calling for genocide. And it's up to you whether that happens or not, because I can't guarantee the future. That's the line of reasoning he takes. And now even when he's trying to contextualize what he's saying, he's still, and if you go to the definition of hate speech, it's up to the court to interpret that, which talks about hurtfulness and being harmful. And he's saying that his intention is to hurt this section of society, even if it's not physically, which it might be if they don't behave, even if it's just emotionally or psychologically, the goal is to hurt them. He makes it very clear in this speech in particular.
Can I just understand, I missed something as you were presenting. You're saying the Martin-Bailey strategy consists of two levels.
Yes.
There's a level where there's general war, and once you get defeated, you move to the next level.
Yes.
Now, if I heard you correctly, it means there are two phases to that strategy.
Correct.
But now, what you read, that relates to the quotation you read starting from on the 28th of February, 2018. Is that, am I correct? That's in relation to that speech?
Yes.
Now, just explain to me, because as I see it, it seems to be relating to one particular incident. There are not two incidences to it. So can you just go through it again, because you were explaining towards the end?
Oh, okay. Oh, you mean in terms of what I call the Martin-Bailey strategy?
Yes, in terms of the speech itself, how it fits into Martin-Bailey strategy.
Yes, so the Martin-Bailey strategy is essentially you have the battle in the arena below the castle, in the walled-in area, and then you can retreat. When you lose that battle, you retreat to a different position, and you continue the fight from a different position. And that is maybe a better example is when you make a claim by saying something like, we have to attack these people, we have to hurt them, and then you get severely criticized for that, and you feel like, at least in the public arena, in the public opinion, you might be losing the fight because there's a backlash to what you said. Then you come back and you say, no, I only meant it figuratively. I didn't mean it literally. So now you are sort of reframing what you initially said in a way to continue this fight that you started, but to you've almost backed down a little bit, but you still, without repudiating what you said, you're trying to put it in a different context.
If I understand the Mark and Bailey strategy, that part of it is, as you say, that an extreme statement can be made, which with room to maneuver back to try and clarify the extreme statement as being less extreme, so to move back to the other part of the castle. But in the event that there is no public criticism, what then happens?
Yes, it's essentially a balance of forces strategy. So you make an extreme statement, and you see how the public reacts to that statement. If there's not a significant backlash, in a way it means that you won that fight in that arena, and you don't need to retreat from your position. If you find that the balance of forces is tilting against you for being too extreme, you then say, no, well, let me clarify what I said, and then you sort of, in a way, without retracting what you said, without apologizing, you're saying, no, actually, I meant something different. But if there's not that backlash, then you don't need to clarify that. You can stick to your initial statement without having to retreat.
At page 206, you go on to discuss, you have a heading there, Shoot the Boer, and you talk about the song De Bulu Ubunu. Can you discuss some of that?
Yes, so this song became part of the public. It became the public's attention was focused on this song from the 9th of March 2010, when Mr. Malema was addressing a crowd of supporters at the University of Johannesburg. And he made a speech, and then he burst into song. And then the song he sung was a song called Dubula Ibunu, which the song is sometimes also called Ayasaba Magwara. And if you translate it, there's a translation of the song, which we asked at AfriForum, we asked a professional language practitioner at the University of Johannesburg to translate the song. So it's not an amateur translation, it's a professional translation. And you can, the professional translations is, I'll read the English translation. The lyrics are, they are scared, the cowards, shoot the Boer or shoot a Boer, they rape these dogs. There's also a translation that says they rob these dogs, depending on whether, I assume whether the ziarapa is, if it means rape or rob. I'm not an expert in Zulu, but I've heard a different translation which says these. I've heard a translation that says these dogs are rapists, and then I've heard a translation that says these dogs are robbers, or they steal from us, these dogs. But this is an official professional translation of the lyrics.
You then have a quote from Maletsi Mbeki, who's the brother of former President Thabo Mbeki. Could you state what he'd said in relation to the song?
Yes, he was quite critical, Maletsi Mbeki, of the song. And he said that what Malema was doing was nothing more than a call for the slaughter of Afrikaners. And he basically called on Malema to stop doing this.
You then refer to incidents of farm attacks that had occurred within days of the singing of the song. Could you describe that?
Yes, so again, as was the case with Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer, which we discussed earlier, this was a highly publicized event. There was an uproar. It was people were talking about this in March 2010. And following that, in the weeks that followed, farm attacks increased. Within days after Malema singing of the song at UJ, the University of Johannesburg, at least 2 farmers were murdered. And I'm describing what happened here. An unknown number of attackers fired multiple shotgun blasts through the bedroom window of a Potchefstroom farmhouse at around midnight, fatally wounding a sleeping 46-year-old farmer in his back. The attackers did not attempt to break into the farmhouse or steal anything. This attack came one day after 5 men had overpowered 65-year-old Jan Wheeler in his bedroom, stabbing him repeatedly before shooting him multiple times. This was the 36th violent farm attack in Limpopo in just over 4 months.
You then go on to describe how a...
Struggling to find out what page are you at? Page 208.
I'm indebted to you.
Thank you.
You then go on to describe how a supporter of Mr. Malema reacted to this, to the farm attacks.
Yes, I remember this vividly, and I remember this was also something that people spoke about, especially AfriForum members and especially people in the farming community was particularly alarmed by this. There was a Malema supporter who started publishing updates about farm attacks on Julius Malema's Facebook page every few hours. At that stage, there was about 12,000 followers of the page, and one of the posts stated, 3,000 farmers dead since 94. We lost more people than that. We are far from being even. So kill the Boer, kill the farmer. Maybe I can continue. In another post, the same person, the same Malema supporter, wrote that 8 farmers had been murdered on farms in Limpopo since the beginning of February 2010. When asked about his intentions behind the post, he responded that he had never killed anyone, but that he did not have any sympathy for the farmers who were murdered. And then he said, sue me for not shedding a tear. Then there was another Malema supporter who posted on his public page. If you want me, I can quote the post. He said, and apologies for the language, he said, you fucking white pigs, Malema is our leader. He will kill Zuma within 6 weeks. Look ahead, my fellow black people. We will then take our land and every trespasser, namely white whores. We will rape them and rape them until the last breath is out. White kids will be burned, especially those in Pretoria and the Vrystaat. Men will be tortured while I take a video clip and spread it on YouTube. Colin, we will stand together and rape those fuckers. It's true what Malema said. Silently, we shall kill them. Police will stand together. Our leader will lead us to take our land over. Mandela will smile again. White Nayers, we are coming for you. Households will be broken into and families will be slaughtered.
Was there a reaction from Mr. Malema to these statements?
I remember that there were attempts to get him or the EFF, or not the EFF, him or his supporters, the ANC Youth League, to respond to these comments, but they did not have there was no public response. Or more importantly, there was no rejection or condemnation of these type of comments that I could find anywhere.
My apologies, Your Lordship. It's just a practical issue because I just don't want to get lost in all this evidence, and I really apologize to my learned friend. Just for purposes of clarity, the extract that was referred to by the witness just now, in its footnotes, which appears on footnote 40, which appears on page 373 of the book. The footnote says, the screenshot which is being referred to was taken from the Facebook page of Mr. Julius Malema.
Sorry, just bear with me. 373.
Indeed, so, Your Lordship.
I wish publishers could be very sympathetic to some of us who are aging, you know? I struggle to read the font that's used here. He's saying it's a, what footnote is that?
It's footnote 40, Your Lordship, on page 373.
Yes.
Now, that's a footnote to the extract that was just referred to by the witness. The practical difficulty we have, and ordinarily I wouldn't have done this, I get lost a lot with this evidence because I've been making notes frantically where there's cross-reference or no reference at all to the factual allegations. So the case in point here is, first and foremost, I do not understand, and my client will confirm when he gets here, that it does not have Facebook, one. The second is that it's a screenshot from 2010, and the evidence by witness is that...
So I get a response from the EFF, and then I said, well, not the EFF, it was, I think I said Malema's team or the ANC Youth League, but there was an attempt. I remember particularly there was an attempt to get comments about this post.
Go a little bit slower now.
Okay.
You attempted to contact the EFF or attempted to contact Malema? Mr. Malema?
It was not me who tried to contact them, but I do remember it's not from the EFF, because the EFF did not exist at the time. It was comments, I assume then it was comments, it was an attempt to get comment from the ANC Youth League. You could say, it would be accurate to say comments from Malema's office, Mr. Malema's office.
And you said that the last note I have is there was never a response.
There was no response, or more particularly no condemnation of these comments that I could find anywhere. I remember this at the time when it happened. I remember following this story in 2010, and I remember when I was writing this book, I went back, and not in 2010 nor in 2017, when I was writing this book, could I find any condemnation or rejection of this type of language by Mr. Malema or the EFF, who then later did actually exist. Okay.
You said at the time the EFF was not in existence.
Yes.
But you've just now said, and I think that's what the...
Yeah. No, what I said now is when I was writing the book, which was at a time when the EFF did exist, I went back and I tried to find a rejection or a condemnation of this type of language, and I couldn't find it from the ANC Youth League at the time, nor could I find it from the EFF after the EFF was established.
You may proceed, Mr.
You mentioned that there was a gathering at Mary Fitzgerald Square on the 19th of March in 2010 in response to the singing of this song. As far as I can tell, it's a gathering organized by AfriForum Youth. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct, in 2010.
Can you tell us what the purpose of that gathering was and then what unfurled?
It was a protest gathering that we organized. I was in charge of that event. A protest gathering to protest the singing of such songs. And the attempt was to bring it under the attention of Mr. Malema, who was at the time president of the ANC Youth League, that farm murders is a very serious problem and farm attacks is a very serious problem in South Africa, and that it is extremely reckless to sing songs such as Dubula Ibunu within a broader context of farmers actually being killed, and within a context of your supporters actively encouraging these murders while they support your right to sing these songs. So that was the context. That's why we organized this protest gathering.
And at this stage, had AfriForum launched a complaint in the Equality Court about the song?
Yes. We have filed a complaint at the Equality Court, which turned out to be the case, the AfriForum versus Malema case, which was heard in 2011.
And in the book, you state that there was a call for a meeting between AfriForum Youth and the ANC Youth League.
Yes, I received a call at some stage while we were organizing this protest gathering from Mr. Floyd Shivambu, who, of course, is one of the leadership. I believe he's deputy president of the EFF at the moment. At that stage, as far as I recall, he was the spokesperson for the ANC Youth League. And I received a phone call from him I think it was 2 days before the protest march. It was very close to the day of the march. And he said to me, they want to speak with us. And he just said to me, bring your leadership and come to Lethuli House, which turned out to be, I didn't know who to expect or what's going to happen. So I brought a few people with, and eventually it turned out to be a meeting with Mr. Malema and Mr. Shivambu, and I believe the other person's name is Stephen Gubeni, who was involved with the NYDA at the time.
And what was the outcome of that meeting?
The meeting was quite interesting. Again, we didn't know what to prepare. They just said, well, let's talk about this gathering. And our agenda was to get Mr. Malema or someone from the ANC Youth League leadership to sign a document that acknowledges that they are aware of the protest march and that they will accept our memorandum. Perhaps what I can add, just to give context to the march and the meeting, is shortly before that, a few weeks before that, I think, there was a television debate about this song, about the song Shoot the Boer, between myself and Mr. Shivambu and one or two other people from other organizations. And I don't remember if it was during the debate. I believe it was after the debate. Just as the debate ended, Mr. Shivambu said that, he said to me that we must protest. We must organize a protest march to Lethuli House, because to him, and he explained it to me, that the idea of white people marching, protesting in the street in front of Lethuli House is really, to him, a symbol or a metaphor or a signal that black people are now truly in power. If you have the, people sitting in Lethuli House and the white people are protesting outside. And then I responded and I said to him, well, we have already filed notice with the Johannesburg municipality, the government, for a protest march. So it's good to hear you saying that you welcome that, because we would like for you to sign a document that you will accept our memorandum. And he said, yes. So that's the context. And then at this meeting, there was an interesting discussion. Initially, they asked us to cancel the protest march. Mr. Malema, there was a debate about racism and race relations, and I remember Mr. Malema said to me that there's no such thing as a rich black person. There's no such thing as a black person who is wealthy. Every black person is poor, and every white person is wealthy or rich. And I sort of laughed, and I said to him, that's obviously not true. And he said to me, name me one example of a wealthy black person. And I said to him, well, you are a wealthy black person. And then he said, no, I'm not a wealthy black person because I owe the bank money. And I said to him, yes, well, don't you think white people who are wealthy also owe the bank money? And he said, no, white people own the bank. And so that was his line of reasoning. They asked us to cancel the protest. They will stop singing Dubula Ibunu. If they stop singing the song, there's no point in us marching. And Mr. Malema said he will never do that. He will never stop singing the song. And Mr. Shivambu then said to me that the word Ibunu does not mean farmer. And I don't speak Zulu. I remember he took my notebook with his pen and he wrote down a word in Zulu and he said, this is the Zulu word for farmer. And I said to him, well, what does Ibunu then mean? And he said, it means Afrikaner or Boer. So he said to me, this is not a song about, what he essentially said was, this is not a song about killing farmers. This is a song about shooting the Boers. In other words, the Afrikaners or the cultural community. Eventually, I believe at one stage, well, they started singing the song then, we were sitting at this table and they started singing the song and dancing. And I at one stage said during this meeting that I think we are wasting each other's time because they're not going to stop singing the song. So that means that we're not prepared to withdraw, because the discussion was, are we going to cancel the protest march? And so I said, we're not going to do that. And I said, why don't you just sign the paper that you're going to accept our memorandum? And then Mr. Malema said, they're not going to sign it because they're not going to accept our memorandum. To which I responded, that's okay. If you don't want to accept the memorandum, we'll continue with the march. We'll just march to Lethule House and we'll hand in the memorandum at reception if you don't come out. Mr. Malema then said to me, he said to me, remember what happened to the IFP when they went to Shell House in 1994. He said, if you come to Lethule House tomorrow, what happened to the IFP at Shell House is going to happen to you. And at that moment, I was not sure what he was referring to. And of course, he was referring to the Shell House massacre when the IFP, back then, I believe it was still in Qatar, when they protested outside Lethule House and there was a massacre. And if memory serves me right, 19 people were killed on that day.
Did you then proceed with the protest?
Yes, we had to change our plans, the logistics for the protest. The protest continued, and that's why Mary Fitzgerald Square is significant, because it's a square that is a few blocks away from Lethule House, not far from where we are now. And so we had the protest there, and we decided not to march to Lethule House because there was an actual threat that we will be shot. Or at least, to use his exact words, what happened to the IFP is going to happen to us if we go there. So we decided not to go to Lethule House. What we did do is we took a small contingent, a group of, I think, 4 or 5 people, who got into a vehicle and drove to Lethule House to attempt to hand over the memorandum. So there was not a march to Lethule House. There was a public protest gathering several blocks away, and then a small delegation drove to Lethule House to hand over the memorandum.
And what happened at that juncture?
So the memorandum is, as I explained earlier, what the point of the march was. That's what we explained in the memorandum. And added to the memorandum was a list. You asked me, I think yesterday, about the book Land of Sorrow, and it was taken from that book, a list of the victims. If memory serves me right, I think there was 1,600 names on that list of people who have been murdered, victims of farm murders. And so the list, the idea was to say to them, listen, you are singing about shooting the Boers, and your supporters are talking about committing farm murders, but the reality is that these people are actually being murdered. And here's a list, here are the names of the people who have been murdered. What happened then, there was a crowd of, or a group of security guards or police officers, I'm not sure which one, might have been police officers who were waiting at Lethule House, who then told us that we cannot, our memorandum is not going to be accepted. We said to them that...
Fast for me. You say you then arranged for a group to drive to Lethule House and to hand the memorandum. Now you spoke about also the list of people.
That was an addendum to the memorandum. Was a list of containing the names of people who have been murdered during farm attacks.
Just give me a second. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So we were then told that we cannot hand over this memorandum. We explained to them that it is our understanding that Mr. Malema is refusing to accept the memorandum, as is the case with Mr. Shivambu and the leadership of the ANC Youth League, which is fine. We are then just going to drop the memorandum at reception. We're just going to hand it over in reception, or they can just, even if we can't do that, the security guards at the door can just take the memorandum. That would be sufficient. They, however, refused to do that, and I believe they were given instruction that no one should accept the memorandum. What then happened is one of our delegation then took the memorandum and sort of threw it over their heads into the building and said, well, if you're not going to take it, we're just going to leave it here. And they sort of dropped the memorandum into the building. members of the youth league, I don't know if it was staff members or just members, then threw the memorandum out into the streets. And the memorandum was not bound. It was just, especially the addendum, the names of the victims, was just a packet, you could say, a pile of papers with the names on. It wasn't bound or stapled or anything like that. So when they threw the memorandum out, all the papers flew into the air. And as they came down, these representatives who were wearing ANC T-shirts came out and they started kicking the papers into the street, stomping on the papers, and so forth. And I said to one of them, "Do you realize that you are now literally, stomping on the names of the victims?" But that didn't have any effect. I didn't get a response.
Did you understand this engagement as a way of trying to resolve the issue without litigation? In other words, providing an opportunity for a cessation of the singing of the song?
Yes, well, that was our position from the beginning, and it was our position with this case as well, that litigation is, as far as we are concerned, a last resort. We don't even think that litigation is the most efficient way to deal with these type of problems. There are more efficient ways of dealing with these type of issues. The problem is when attempts to resolve issues like this through dialogue fails, when your options become fewer, at some stage you reach a point where you figure, well, litigation is now the best shot that we have. It's the best attempt that we can make to resolve this issue. In other words, there are better ways to deal with these issues. And we tried that back then, and we tried it now as well. So that's eventually why we ended up in court.
Can you then tell me a bit about those court proceedings in 2011 before Judge Lamont?
Yes, so the matter was in court in March, might have been March, I'm not sure which month, 2011. I'm sure it was 2011, could have been the end of 2010. I know the judgment was eventually handed down, I'm pretty sure in 2011. We can check the dates. It was in this court building, upstairs. It was, I think, the first court case in South Africa that was live streamed, that people could follow live on TV. And I believe there was a channel created for that, for the court case on DSTV. It was a very high-profile case. Very senior members of the ruling party were there. Mr. Gwedi Mantashe was there. Mrs. Winnie Madikizela Mandela was there. Several others. Collins Chabani, who passed away since then, was there. And of course, Mr. Julius Malema and Mr. Floyd Chivambu and so forth were there. And I testified in that matter as well. So I don't know if there's something particular about that case you want me to elaborate on, I can.
You refer in the book, I think it's at page 214. If you could read there where it says, in cross-examination.
Oh yes, I remember this quite clear. Mr. Malema eventually testified and he was cross-examined. And in cross-examination, Mr. Malema was asked why he was convinced. Maybe just some context firstly. Malema explained during his I don't know if it was his examination in chief, page 214, in the middle of the book. So just some context before I read this quote. Mr. Malema, during his testimony, explained, because the question was asked, why are you singing Dubula Ibunu? Why are you not singing Kill the Boer, Kill the Farmer? And he then said, no, there's a reason why we sing this song and not that song. And then in cross-examination, he was asked to explain why. Why does he think, because that's what he seemed to have suggested at the time, that it's wrong to sing kill the Boer, kill the farmer, but it's not wrong to sing Dubela Ibunu. And this is a quote from the transcript. These were his exact words. So in cross-examination, he was asked why he was convinced that it was inappropriate to sing kill the Boer, kill the farmer, but acceptable to sing Dubela Ibunu. And his response was, I quote, "When we were discouraged to sing kill the Boer, kill the farmer, the explanation was that the farmer is directed at a particular group of people. And what is worse is that farmers are not only whites. You are going to even kill people who are part of your struggle if you want to kill farmers. So you are actually pushing away the potential supporters of your struggle when you say kill the farmer." And I remember, and it's written here, Martin Brassey, who was cross-examining him, said, "Is that seriously your answer?" To which Mr. Malema responded, "Yes, that is my answer," quite angrily. Mr. Brassey then concluded that Malema believed that killing white people is not quite as bad as killing his own supporters.
And what was the outcome of Judge Lamont's decision in that matter?
The outcome of that case was that it was declared that the song Dubela Ibunu, or you could say the chant, it was argued in that case that it's more a chant than a song, but that was eventually declared to be hate speech.
I'd now like to turn to page 317 of your book, chapter 22. And this chapter is entitled "The Question of Genocide." Could you give us a brief summary of this chapter?
Well, this chapter is probably the chapter in the book that has most been discussed after publication of this book.
317.
And so the purpose of this chapter is to answer the question, does farm murders or farm attacks constitute genocide? And it is something that we at AfriForum have been asked a lot, and we've also been accused frequently, regularly, you might even say continuously, that it is our position that farm murders constitute genocide. And we often get attacked, and it is often said that these people are lying, farm murders are not genocide, so stop complaining. And the purpose of this chapter was to provide an explanation as to why we are saying, to put it in writing with proper research, our argument as to why this is in fact not genocide. But the fact that it is not genocide does not mean that it is a very serious problem that should be taken seriously.
Could you give us an indication of what would constitute a genocide?
So I beg your pardon again. You said the question of whether it's genocide or not is?
No, I'm saying that it's a question that was regularly posed to us.
Yes.
And we have regularly been accused of claiming that farm murders is a genocide. And then the argument is that we are exaggerating, it's not a genocide. And the fact of the matter is we agree that it is not genocide. So the purpose of this chapter is to explain why farm attacks or farm murders does not constitute genocide, but then also to say that the fact that it is not a genocide does not mean that it is not a very serious crisis, something that has to be resolved. You cannot simply say, oh, this is not a genocide, therefore we don't have to take it seriously.
So if I understand, in other words, your position is that there is not a white genocide in South Africa.
That's correct. It is indeed our position that there is not a white genocide.
At page 319, you cite the 10 steps to genocide according to Stanton and Genocide Watch.
Yes.
Could you just read out what those steps are and maybe elaborate as you go as to what those steps mean?
Yes. So there's an organization called Genocide Watch in Washington, D.C. I think they are connected to the George Mason University. If memory serves me right, I don't see it written here. And it's led by a person called Dr. Gregory Stanton. And he works with the United Nations and he does research. He's an expert on the topic of genocide. And he and his organization has described or drafted what they describe as the 10 steps to genocide. And these are the 10 steps towards genocide as they explain. The first one, I only mention it sort of in passing because you can go into quite some detail about what these 10 steps mean and which countries are on which level and so forth. So the first one is classification, which broadly means that people are classified into different groups. The second step is symbolization, which my understanding, as I explain these steps, that at least is my understanding of these steps. I'm not an expert on the 10 steps to genocide, but that's my understanding of what this means. So the second step is symbolization, is when you start connecting symbols to particular groups, such as flags or logos or whatever. You start attributing certain symbols to certain groups. The third step is discrimination, when you start treating people differently. If they belong to a certain group, then they have to be treated in a particular way. If they belong to a different group, they should be treated differently. The fourth step is dehumanization. That is when you start saying things like, these people are cockroaches, or you start treating them as if they are not humans, or you start depicting them or describing them in ways that seem to suggest that they are somehow subhuman or not completely human. You refer to them as dogs or cockroaches or something like that. The fifth step is organization. So that's when you start organizing, you start mobilizing people around this cause. When you establish organizations and you say, this organization or this group or this party is developed or established with the aim of getting back at that group or taking action against that particular group. The sixth step is then polarization. That is polarizing society in different categories and encouraging hatred and friction within society, or taking over the public debate in that sense. The seventh step is preparation. So that's, you could say, a form of preparation towards genocide, or not necessarily towards genocide, a preparation of inflicting damage or hurting a particular community on a large scale. The eighth step is persecution. So that would be not necessarily, persecution is not always physical harm. It could be, it's more than discrimination. It's sort of pushing this community out, cleansing society from this community. Public persecution. The ninth step is extermination. That's the actual genocide, you could say. And then the 10th step is denial. That's when you deny that what happened is actually a genocide.
Could you then read out what you've written in the book after that graph?
After that table, or that block, the fact of the matter is that the debate on whether farm murders constitute genocide is misdirected and damaging to the campaign to stop this scourge. Farm murders do not constitute genocide for the simple reason that the phenomenon does not comply with the definition of genocide. Should I continue?
Yes.
The problem is that disproving the false claims of genocide leads some to believe that farm murders are not something to be concerned about. The fact that farm murders do not constitute genocide can in no way render this phenomenon less important and should never lead a rational person to conclude that it is not a matter to be concerned about. We find that many argue that farm murders do not constitute genocide in an attempt to discredit those who are concerned about this phenomenon implicitly concluding that it is not really a problem simply because it is not genocide. You are wrong, it's not genocide, so stop complaining, the argument goes.
Is the concern that it's to set up a straw man? In other words, to say, you claim that this problem is a genocide, it's not a genocide, so therefore there is no problem.
That's exactly it. And we find that politicians have done that. We've since seen some public commentators do that. And they would sort of write articles. There's quite a few such articles that have been published. I've had many such radio interviews and so forth, where someone would say, let me explain to you why this is not a genocide. And then they explain why it's not a genocide, firstly, as if we've said that it is a genocide, and secondly, as if it is not a genocide, we don't need to be concerned. And neither of those is true, of course.
What has AfriForum ever responded to allegations that it alleges that there is a white genocide?
Yes, we have. We have filed numerous complaints with the press ombudsman in response to media outlets stating or claiming that it is our position that what is happening is a genocide, and we have won, I think, all of these complaints. I don't think we've ever filed a complaint in this regard with the press ombudsman that was not ruled in our favor. So there has been numerous media outlets that have publicly apologized to AfriForum for attributing this position to us.
You then mention what the definition of genocide is in terms of it's the UN's Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of the Crime of Genocide. Could you state what genocide is in terms of that convention?
Yes. Are you referring to the section that's quoted on page 320?
On 320, yes.
Yes. So that's the UN Convention that you mentioned. In the present convention, genocide means any of the following acts committed with intent to destroy, in whole or in part, a national, ethnical, racial, or religious group as such. Then there are 5 sub-points. A, killing members of the group. 2, or B, causing serious bodily or mental harm to members of the group. C, deliberately inflicting on the group conditions of life calculated to bring about its physical destruction in whole or in part. D, imposing measures intended to prevent births within the group. And E, forcibly transferring children of the group to another group.
Now, from what I understand, it is your position that there is not a white genocide in South Africa. But could you explain why farm murders are condemnable nonetheless?
Yes. So there's this of the world as well, but where the argument is made that if it's not a genocide. So this is what we say, how this crime phenomenon should be prioritized. The first point is quarterly release of statistics. As I mentioned earlier, there was this whole issue, this controversy about not releasing statistics. So statistics should be released regularly. The second point is there should be continued independent research into this matter. The third point is that what I just call the commando promise must be fulfilled. And there's a longer discussion to be had about that, but the short version is we had the commando system in South Africa, which was disbanded in 2003. And at that time, when it was disbanded, former President Thabo Mbeki said, we're going to close down this system and we're going to replace it with a new system with the aim of protecting rural communities. But this new system was never put in place. So we're saying that if you close down the commando system for whatever reason, at least put something else in place. Then the fourth point is priority of the hawks. We're saying that farm attacks should be a particular priority within the hawks, the special unit within the police. The fifth point is a partnership with civil society that the police should partner more comprehensively with civil society and get civil society involved to combat this crime phenomenon. The sixth point is to revise the national rural safety strategy to make it more particular with a more focused attention on this crime phenomenon. The seventh point is to develop specialist rural safety units, in other words, to increase visibility in rural areas. The seventh point is to have a more holistic approach. What I mean by that, or what we mean by that, is that there should be some, let's call it a centralized office of the police that says, how are we going to respond to this crime phenomenon, as opposed to individual police stations responding to, just reacting to these crimes when they happen. The seventh point is victim support. There can be better support for the victims of these crimes. And then the 10th point is legislation. Legislation can be enacted to say, here's the, let's call it the Farm Attacks Prevention Act. Something like that could be developed, and civil society especially can contribute significantly to what an act like that can include.
In this chapter, you discuss ethnic cleansing as a category that is different from genocide. Could you give us an indication of what ethnic cleansing involves?
Yes, I think the easiest way to explain the difference between genocide and ethnic cleansing is actually a quote I found in my research about the difference between Adolf Hitler and Slobodan Milosevic. And the argument is that Adolf Hitler was involved with genocide and Slobodan Milosevic was involved with ethnic cleansing. Slobodan Milosevic, of course, from the former Yugoslavia. And the difference is that Adolf Hitler wanted to exterminate the Jews. He would have gone to, maybe I should read it. I see here's the quote. The quote is on page 327, where is it Shabas who wrote this? I think he's a human rights lawyer who explained this. He said, Hitler had the modest ambition of eliminating all Jews in Europe. But given the chance, he would have extended his murderous campaign to the rest of the world. Milosevic, on the other hand, wanted to drive the Muslims from Kosovo, although he seemed untroubled by the idea that they might live elsewhere, in Macedonia or Albania, for example. So genocide is to say these people have to be exterminated regardless of where they are. We have to go and find them and get rid of them. Ethnic cleansing is to say, is a way of saying we need to get them off our land, you could say. And if that means we have to kill them, that's okay. If that means we have to expel them from this country, that's also okay. If they live elsewhere, that's okay, as long as they just get out of our sight. That could mean driving them into the sea. If they get on boats and they travel elsewhere and they never come back, that's okay, as long as we cleanse this land from this section of society.
Now, is there an argument that in South Africa we are seeing signs that move not in the direction of genocide, but in the direction of ethnic cleansing? Yes,
that is one of the conclusions I reached towards the end of this chapter, is if you want to compare the phenomenon of farm attacks and farm murders to one of these crimes against humanity, you could say, there's a stronger argument. It is not my argument or AfriForum's argument. Let me just clarify at first. It is not our argument that farm murders constitute ethnic cleansing. But there is a stronger argument to be made that this could lead to ethnic cleansing than to be made that this could lead to genocide. And the reason why I say this is ethnic cleansing typically manifests in people saying, we're going to take your land, we're going to chase you off the land. And if you leave our country, it typically includes comments like, you are just a visitor. Yeah. If you go, you can go back to your home, wherever that is. And if you go there, you know, we're all going to live in peace. Genocide says we're going to come after you and we're going to kill you. So claims about taking the land, categorizing people simply based on the color of their skin and saying there's no such thing as a white person in this country who is not a visitor. These all have you could say it has the stench of ethnic cleansing. So if we are concerned about something, I think it's more realistic to be concerned of potential ethnic cleansing than potential genocide.
Are there particular examples that alarm you in this direction?
Yes, there are, and I believe I list them somewhere in the book.
Page 335.
Yes, that's it. So I list some examples, I think 12, yes. If you want, I can read them to you, which raises alarm bells when we think about the phenomenon of ethnic cleansing. There are 12 factors or variables or elements of this. The first is, or that resonate with the idea of ethnic cleansing. So the first is the destruction or the removal of Afrikaner statues and monuments. The second is hate speech by some of the most influential political leaders, including Julius Malema, members of parliament, members of cabinet, and even former President Jacob Zuma. The third, the comment by President Cyril Ramaphosa that Julius Malema has a home in the ANC shortly after Malema's comments that he intends to slit the throat of whiteness and that white people should be happy that he is not calling for genocide. The fourth, the as yet undenied comment by President Cyril Ramaphosa that white people have to be dealt with like boiling a frog alive, which is done by raising the temperature very slowly. 5, negative stereotyping of white farmers by influential political leaders, including members of parliament, members of cabinet, and even by President Cyril Ramaphosa, referring to certain comments he made. Number 6, the notion that minorities have less rights because they are fewer in number, as purported by former President Jacob Zuma, and the statement by the ruling party spokesperson that angry and disillusioned members of the colored community shouldn't feel as if they have been reduced to the status of a minority community. This is something I discuss in more detail in the book. There was a colored community protesting, I believe it was a language issue, and a spokesperson for the president said, this community should not feel as if they have been reduced to the status of a minority community. In other words, saying that minority communities have a reduced status. The 7th point, refusal to publicly reprimand those who commit hate speech towards white farmers in particular, and both the ANC and the EFF's willingness to go to court to protect their so-called right to sing songs in which the murder of Boers and white farmers in particular is encouraged. 8, the refusal to prioritize farm murders despite all the evidence that prioritization would be the most reasonable government response. 9, the scorning and ridiculing of those who call for the prioritizing of farm attacks, including even the victims of farm attacks and those whose loved ones have been murdered. 10, the claim that white farmers are land thieves and they should be treated as criminals by senior members of the ruling party. 11, disproportionate media reporting of incidents of violent crime and severe underreporting in the media of incidents of violence where farmers are victims. This is particularly evident in the reporting of the state broadcaster, and I refer to a study in that regard. And then 12, the motion adopted in Parliament to review section 25 of the Constitution, the property rights clause, and other clauses where necessary, to make it possible for the state to expropriate land without compensation, and that this has to be done because, quote, whites stole the land, in spite of the inaccuracy of this comment.
My Lord, I have no further questions for the witness.
It's now Mr. Kasibuto, you'll be able to run cross-examination in 15 minutes.
I still don't know. Proposal would be that we adjourn.
Okay. No, thanks very much. On a serious note, I think we should adjourn, and we will then continue with the cross-examination. Tomorrow we'll start again at 10 o'clock. That was just to remind you again, you're still under oath. You will continue with cross-examination tomorrow. Thank you very much. We shall adjourn.